Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, distinguished delegates. Good morning, participants. Karibu sana, karibu sana. You are all most welcome to our day one of the Academic Public-Private Partnership Forum. And I want to thank you all for coming from different places, from different countries, from different occupations, from the universities, from the industry, from private players. All of you are welcome. We should be shortly beginning. I'm reliably informed that our chief guest is in, and we'll be walking here with an entry shortly. And once they come here, we will request that you stand up and we receive them. But for now, we would I'll request those of us who haven't got where to sit, please find where you could sit comfortably, and then, yes, in readiness for us to start our engagement. This is a 3-day engagement. For those of you who have the program document with you, if we do everything well today, and if you participate ably, actively, we shall reward you with a dinner. So, yes, it's on the program, but it is dependent on how you perform. So we'll have dinner at the end. So please make sure that you participate. At one time, I was a teacher, and I told the students, if you put up your hand, I will give you sweets. And students will put up their hands and give wrong answers, just because they wanted the sweets. But of course, this is a different thing. So shortly, we'll have our chief guest come in, and then we'll have the program start. But for now, please get to know your neighbor, exchange business cards, and that's the reason why we're here. We want to network. Leave this place when you have added onto your list of persons that you have known. Networking is very important. You could be networking university to university. You could be networking within university and the industry, or university and other players. So please, let's take advantage. Let's leverage this opportunity that the platform has provided. Thank you. Are we set with anthems? The team to lead in the prayer. Here is the name. Yes, yes. From Kepler. Yes, Kepler. Ladies and gentlemen, I think, can we stand up? Can we stand up and receive the chief guest and the entourage? We shall remain standing for the anthems. We will start with the national anthem of the Republic of Rwanda. praise anthem.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Let's remain standing for a word of prayer, and we'll request Kihumulo Grace Patrick to take us through a prayer.
Let's pray. Almighty God, the source of all wisdom and knowledge, we thank you for bringing us safely together to deliberate on issues and matters that are important for educational growth and development in East Africa. We pray that you inspire the chairperson to lead deliberately and guide the members throughout this meeting. Grant members wise understanding of matters to be considered, and may all that we discuss contribute towards the noble cause of building and strengthening the University Council of East Africa and for East African countries, for your glory. Amen.
May we take our seats, please. Allow me at this particular time, our chief guest, to invite our session chair, Professor Idris Rai, who is the Deputy Executive Secretary of the IUCA. In the recent past, he was the Vice Chancellor of the State University of Zanzibar. Can we put our hands together to welcome him to take over the session?
Good morning, everybody. Mahoro. Amaharo. Habari za asubuhi. Bonjour. And now that since we're expanding to Somalia, I'll say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. As I've been introduced, my name is Idris Rai. I'm the Deputy Executive Secretary of the Inter-University Council for East Africa, and I'm the Chairperson of the Organizing Committee of the APPPF. On behalf of the IUCA, Inter-University Council for East Africa, I extend my warm and special welcome to you all to this very important gathering of the Academia Public-Private Partnership Forum that is happening for the 13th time here in the beautiful city of Kigali, and the country of thousand hills. Welcome, and thank you very much. Thank you very much for being with us here. Your presence is extremely important as it underscores a shared commitment with IUCER on building standard quality institutions for the benefit of East African community. And it's also a testament that we share a desire to see that our universities respond effectively to the problems of the community around. It could also be a commitment to our shared concerns that maybe there's a gap within our universities, especially in how they interact with the private sector. So thank you very much. For any of those concerns you might have, you are at the right place at the right time, and warmly welcome. With us here today, we have our dignitaries. Our chief guest is Honorable Joseph Nsengimana, the Minister for Education in the Republic of Rwanda. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation. We know that you are busy, but thank you very much for leaving everything aside and honoring this important gathering. Thank you so, so much. Also, we have Dr. Sylvain Okoth, is representing the Secretary General of the East African Community Secretariat. Himself is an Executive Secretary of the East Africa Science and Technology Commission based here in Kigali. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting to wear that another hat, big hat. Thank you so much for being here. We also have our Executive Secretary of the Inter-University Council for East Africa, Professor Gaspard Banyankimbona. Thank you very much for your leadership. We are here today because of your strong and focused leadership, and we appreciate the success of everything that we do at IUCER is attributed to your leadership. Thank you very much. We can clap for him again. We have with us our host partner, Dr. Edward Kadozi. He's the Director General of the Higher Education Council of Rwanda. Thank you very much for your support. We appreciate the contribution during organization of this event, for the commitment of the local organizing team, and for that, thank you so much. We also have our bosses here, and our bosses are the members of the Executive Committee of the Inter-University Council for East Africa. To start with, we have the Vice Chairperson, Dr. Rose Clark. Can you please stand up? Thank you so much for the commitment and the support for you being here. We feel like we are guarded by our mother. And also we have the members of executive committees who are also vice chancellors. Please, Professor Wakingiki, yes, from KCA University from Kenya. And also we have representatives from ESC institutions and organs. In particular, I'd like to recognize your chief guest, the Executive Secretary of the East Africa Kiswahili Commission, based in Zanzibar. As well as at your capacity, the Executive Secretary of ESTICO. We've already recognized. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, chief guest, the objective of this forum, with the theme fostering innovations and entrepreneurship in higher education through partnership with universities or through partnership with industry, has come timely. And the objective is to bring together the academia, the private sector, the policymakers, to discuss about matters for which to strengthen their own missions towards a common goal. And the common goal here is to improve the lives and the economies of East African community partner states. We are here to discuss challenges. We are here to discuss experiences. We are here to find a common ground on whatever challenges we have and to find solutions through the partnership between industry and academia as well as policymakers. Now, we at IUCER, for those who don't know the Inter-University Council for East Africa, we are one of the institutions of the East African community based in Kampala. It was established by the East African Community's legislature, approved by EALA, East African Community Legislative Assembly, of 2009. Its main objective of establishment is to guide and advise the partner states on all matters related to higher education. And all matters related to higher education includes teaching, research, innovations, and everything else, even capacity building of the staff, management, quality assurance, qualification framework, and so on and so forth. So what we are doing here is to execute our mandates given to us by the East African community. This gathering happens once in every 2 years. It's an important gathering. You can imagine with 8 partner states. When is it coming back to Rwanda again? 16 years, right? It's a very long time. So it's an opportunity that comes once in lifetime. God knows where we will be after 16 years. I hope we'll all be around. But it's an important gathering which we bring to partner states, for which we can discuss on matters relevant to our higher education, relevant to our growth, economic growth, so that we can improve on our institutions undertake. So with us, therefore, in this room, we have invited participants from different 3 main groups. And I would like that we recognize all. We have participants from academia. And with this, we have some heads of institutions here, like vice chancellors and heads of TVET institutions. By the gesture of raising your hand or even standing, we would like to recognize you. Please, you can stand or raise your hand so that our chief guest will see that you are supporting the mission. We have about around 10 or 12 of them. Many, and representatives. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you are joining us here today. Now, in the academia group, we also have academic staff. We have students representatives as well. Inter-University Council for East Africa, as much as it is an intergovernmental organization, it's also a member-based organization at the moment, and the members are any degree awarding institutions in the partner states. At the moment, we have about 160 members, and most of them, some of them are already here. Those who are not members, let me take this opportunity to invite you to be members. There are many benefits that you can get out of it. The other group is policymakers from the government. Chief guests, we've invited officials from ministries here, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Trade and Industry, and some other agencies of the government to come and share their experiences, but also to listen what challenges our higher education institutions are facing, particularly on innovation and entrepreneurship. And the other important group, and the reason why we are always having this forum, is the private sector. You can understand, the language of the private sector is not the same as the language of academia. They are talking about profits, talking about sales, talking about strategic expansion, talking about launching new products. So we bring them in this house so that we can find a common ground, particularly forging partnership for collaborative initiatives on research and innovation. We always try to attract many of them. We invite them in large numbers. And this particular year, we tried a lot. But as you know, it's not easy to get them. Their time is very precious. Their time is very useful, very important. But we have them here. We have the CEOs of some enterprises, private enterprises. Please raise your hands. And also the heads of the associations of private sectors from partner states. I know you are here. Yes, there you are. Let's clap for them being here. We want you to be here more and more. And this is very important so that we can have a common conversation on the matters related to our region. We have a specific session whereby we invite them to hear from them. What can they do? How can we do together in order to improve the innovations as well as entrepreneurship in our education institutions? On the government side, let me also not forget some other dignitaries from ESC. He's Principal Education Officer. He's our liaison between IUCEA and ESC. Thank you for being here. Dr. Dorcas, thank you. But also I forgot one important partner for this event, not by design. It's the country manager from East Africa Development Bank. They are very close to us, particularly in this particular initiative of linking academia and industry. Janet Gatera is here representing the CEO. We have partners as well, of course, Gatera, but also we have other partners who are around here. You are all recognized and you are all welcome. Now, going forward in our program in this session, we are going to have statements from key partners. But before that, we'll start with the welcome remarks from Professor Gaspard Banyankimona, the Executive Secretary of IUCEA. And then we'll invite the host organizing partner, Dr. Edward Kadozi, Director General Higher Education Council. And then after statements from key partners, we will also have remarks from Her Excellency Ambassador Veronica Mnduva, the Secretary General of ESC Secretariat, who will be represented by Sylvia Okoth, Dr. Sylvia Okoth, the Executive Secretary of STICO. And then finally, we'll invite you, the chief guest, to give your speech, but also to officially open this forum. According to the program, as you have it, we are going to have a keynote. We would really love to have our chief guest witnessing this keynote. This is not a keynote like any other. The invited speaker is the founder of what we call as Silicon Semiconductor Technologies Limited. This is a company established under Dedan Kimathi University of Technology in Kenya. And that particular university particularly, but also this initiative, we have a lot to learn. We have a lot to learn from the private sector. We have a lot to learn from the academia, but also we can have a lot to learn from the policymakers. So if chief guest, if your time will allow, I think here you will really get something, homegrown technologies. By the way, for those who don't know semiconductors, it's the technology that is grounded within the devices that we all carry. The phones, the televisions, the laptops, the whatever technologies we have, the semiconductors is the core element. So having that company within the region, established through a partnership with universities, I think is going to set a tone, a very good tone for this particular event. But one thing that we'd love our chief guest not to miss is to launch some of the important documents, filling into the gap that we have. One is a research excellence framework for higher education, aimed at improving the quality of research and innovation, hence linking our academia and the industry. Industries, when you do commercialized research, they will always come. They will always come. But we need to improve that research undertake. The other document is for us, IUCEA, we call it IUCEA University Industry Collaboration Support Strategy, is for us to identify what we need to do that our institutions need so that we can support them to collaborate with the industry, so that they can foster innovation and entrepreneurship. So after that, we'll have a group photo, but then we will have exhibition. We'll also request our chief guest to open the exhibition stand, if the time allows. That is in the ground floor. And before I leave, I would really like to invite you all to go and see what our partners, our members are exhibiting in the ground floor. Thank you very much. And with that introduction, I'd like to invite next Professor Gaspard Banyankimona, the Executive Secretary of IUCEA, to give his welcome remarks. Thank you very much. Let's welcome him.
Thank you very much, Prof. Idris Rai, for that comprehensive briefing on the event. Our chief guest, Honorable Joseph Sengimana, Minister of Education, Republic of Rwanda, the Secretary General of the East African Community, Her Excellency Ambassador Veronica Nduva, here represented by Dr. Okoth, Executive Secretary ISTECO, government officials represented in this meeting, members of IUCA Executive Committee, Professor Rose and Professor Wakindiki, thank you very much for your support. Colleagues, heads of institution, Dr. Caroline, Kiswahili Commission, Dr. Okoth, ISTECO, country manager, East African Development Bank, East African Development Bank, Janet Gatera. Thank you very much for being a reliable partner for the last 15 years in this venture. Executive Director of the East African Business Council, I believe he's online. Mr. Njau, thank you very much for your support. Vice Chancellors, Rectors of public and private institutions here represented, thank you very much. Chief Executive Officer of private companies, Captain of Industries here present, thank you very much. Principal Provost and Director of Technical and Vocational Education here presented, thank you very much for coming. Professor Idris Rai, Deputy Executive Secretary USEA and Chairperson of this session, thank you very much. Our development partners from different projects, thank you very much for being there. I see the CEO of National Commission for Science and Technology, partner state, thank you very much for joining this event. Invited experts, keynote speakers, moderators and panelists, thank you very much for your support. Researchers and innovators here present, members of the business community, representative of the ESC Youth Ambassadors, students representative, the media fraternity, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, a very good morning to you all. It's with great pleasure that I welcome you all to this 13th Academia Public-Private Partnership Forum here in Kigali, Republic of Rwanda. Since the inception of this forum, it was in 2012 in Arusha, Tanzania, the forum has been an essential tool for IUCA to foster meaningful engagement between academia, the public sector, and the industry. This forum was initially happening every year, but it evolved into a biannual forum, allowing for deeper reflection and stronger partnership. Our gathering here today reminds us the third APPPF held in October 2014 under the theme Harnessing East Africa Innovation Potential. A decade later, we continue that conversation with a renewed focus through the theme of this year, which you can see is still coming back to the same innovation. The reality on the ground is that innovation remains at the heart of higher education. However, to unlock its full potential, we must ensure high-quality university research, effective research commercialization, and strong university-industry collaborations. This forum serves, therefore, as a platform for academia, the public sector, and the private sector stakeholders in the region to share their experience and showcase successful collaborative initiatives between universities, entrepreneurs, manufacturers, employers, and the policymakers. It also provides an opportunity to address the challenges that hinder effective partnership between academia and the productive sector. Honorable Chief Guest, ladies and gentlemen, the world, as we know it today, is changing rapidly in this era of knowledge-based economies. The skills required to address regional and global challenges are evolving just as quickly as technology evolve. Emerging technologies, particularly artificial intelligence, are reshaping industry, making it even more crucial for our higher education institutions to continuously align their program with the demand of the modern workforce. IUCA is committed to this transformation through initiatives that, number one, build critical and relevant skills in priority sectors. Number two, balance knowledge generation and practical application for sustainable development. Number three, foster productive partnership between academia and the private sector. For example, I'm going to give an example of three projects that have helped us to move in that direction, and that can be used as benchmarks for our cooperative efforts with industry to move forward. For example, under the African Center of Excellence for Eastern and Southern Africa, a project funded by the World Bank, IUCA has helped to establish 29 centers of excellence, among them 16 in this region. The area of focus is industry, agriculture, health, education, and data science, and applied statistics. Additionally, we have managed to create 4 incubation centers, driving research and innovation with a real-world impact. Some of them have been famous. For those from Uganda may remember a product that came on the market for the very first time during the COVID time. It is called COVIDX. It came from one of the centers that were initiated in this particular initiative. We must now scale up these efforts across more priority areas, ensuring that research does not remain confined to academic journal, but it's translated into tangible solutions for the community. The other example is the East African Skills for Transformation and the Regional Integration Project, another project funded by the World Bank, through which IUCA is supporting the creation of strong partnership between TVET institutions and industry, ensuring that graduates are equipped with the skills that directly address industry needs. So far, that particular project is creating a big impact in the community. The third example, which is actually a significant milestone in university-industry collaboration, was achieved through the East African Center of Excellence for ICT Summit, hosted at Nelson Mandela African Institute for Science and Technology. It's based in Arusha, Tanzania. And its follow-up project, Digital Skills for an Innovative East African Industry, which was launched in 2021. And these initiatives expanded IUCA mission to bridge the gap between academia and industry by first, number one, connecting universities with leading companies such as SAP, IBM, and Kira Motors in Uganda, establishing a good network of innovators hub to support young entrepreneurs and digital pioneers in transforming their ideas into viable businesses and industry changing solutions. Number three, equipping a critical number of graduates, university faculty, and professionals with practical, relevant, and transformative digital skills to meet the evolving demand of the job market. Honorable Chief Guest, distinguished participant, to further enhance the impact of research and university-industry partnerships, IUCA has developed, as the moderator has rightly mentioned, 2 key policy documents. Number one is the Research Excellence Framework, which is a guiding document to ensure high quality and relevant research in higher learning institutions that will lead to innovation. And the second one is the IUSEA University Industry Collaboration Support Strategy, a blueprint for the strengthening of the partnership by offering practical platforms and serve to facilitate collaborations between universities and the industry. These policy documents have undergone thorough validation by a wide stakeholders. Some of you here, you might have been involved in some of those. And these policy documents were formally approved by our executive committee, and we have two representatives of the executive committee to confirm. Our chief guest, we shall humbly request that this document be formally launched here to start formally the dissemination process towards the implementation. Honorable Chief Guest, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to the government of the Republic of Rwanda for graciously hosting this forum and for its commitment to innovation, education, and economic transformation. I wish to thank you, our chief guest, for coming to officiate this event despite your busy schedule of other official commitment. I also thank the Secretary General here present through ESA STECO and other officials for being with us today. Deep appreciation goes to you participants from the business and the academia communities for joining in big numbers to participate in this forum. I'm informed we are 250 in the room and 100 more online. On behalf of the IUCA fraternity, our sincere gratitude to all the East African Community partner states for their continued financial and political support, which has enabled us to implement transformative initiatives that strengthen academia, industry linkages, and foster innovation in our region. The development partners, such as the World Bank, they could not make it, and other traditional partners, East African Business Council, East African Development Bank, and others in the room, please see in this particular forum appreciation for your invaluable support to the cause of IUSEA. A special thank goes to the organizing committee, both from IUCA and our partners from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here, Republic of Rwanda, Ministry of Education. Your tireless efforts and dedication have ensured the success of the convening of this event. Finally, I assure you that IUCA remains very open and committed to partner with all the stakeholders that have in heart improving the university industry collaborations for a sustainable development of our region. I wish you all a successful and impactful forum, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Executive Secretary of the Inter-University Council for East Africa, for your remarks. He's mentioned briefly about what we do at IUSEA, and that is just a pinch. The time will not be enough to tell you exactly all what we do and how does the community as well as member institutions can benefit. But some of the things that we offer are mobility programs for students. We do offer scholarships for students who are looking for master's programs. We'll soon advertise some scholarships for mobility within the partner states. He mentioned about centers of excellences. There's something that we're preparing as well in partnership with partner states to launch and establish a center of excellence on AI. That will come, and we will communicate with the relevant bodies when the time arises. Thank you very much, Executive Secretary, again. Let's clap again to thank you for his. Our next chief guest, I would like to invite Dr. Edward Kadozi, the Director General of Higher Education Council, also our host organizing partner, to give his statement. Doctor, please welcome.
Thank you so much, moderator. And Honorable Minister of Education, Mr. Joseph Senhimana, Secretary General of East African Community, Executive Secretary of Inter-University Council for East Africa, Professor Gaspar Banyakimbona, and thank you for leading all this us to this day. And heads of East African community institutions present, heads of higher learning institutions in East Africa, development partners, executive officers of private companies, captains of industry present, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. A good morning, and thank you for making it to Kigali. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to Rwanda and to the 13th Academic Private Public Partnership Forum. On behalf of Rwandan High Learning Institutions, the Higher Education Council extends a warm welcome to you all, our esteemed guests, who have traveled across Africa and beyond to join us in this important event. We are delighted to host such a distinguished gathering of minds committed to fostering innovation, entrepreneurship, strong in university and industry partnership for sustainable future of East Africa. The theme of the event speaks directly about inspirations of our region. It reflects our shared commitment to bridging the gap between knowledge generation and the real-world application, ensuring that universities and industries collaborate to drive economic growth, social development, and technological advancements. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa stands at a crossroads. While our region has a large and fast-growing youth population, we still stuck with the skills mismatch between university teachings and the employer needs. Across Africa, an estimated 10 to 12 million younger people enter the labor market each year. Yet only around 3, which is almost a quarter, formal jobs are created according to the report of African Development Bank. Even those who find work often discover their skills not fully aligned to their roles, when nearly half of the employed African youth reporting skills mismatch. As you are aware, East African community, or East Africa, is also not exemption. According to the International Labour Organization 2024 report, the youth unemployment rate in Sub-Saharan Africa stood at 21.9% in 2023, higher than the global average of unemployment among youth, which is 20.4%, threatening our socio-economic stability and growth in the region. Africa overall investment in research and development remains low, approximately to 0.5% of our GDP, while the global average exceeds 2%. According to the latest report by the World Bank, insufficient collaboration between academia and industry results into universities producing graduates who, despite their academic achievements, lack the practical skills required to meet the current labor market demand. Global and regional success tales underscore the potential impact of strong collaboration between academia and industry. In the US, MIT has historically collaborated with major corporations such as General Electric, spurring development of cutting-edge technologies. In China, Tsinghua University has created TaxPark, one of the world's largest innovation hubs, integrating research, startups, and cooperate on research and development. In Africa, South Africa's innovation hub at the University of Pretoria exemplifies a successful triple helix model or partnership in the hub at the University of Pretoria. So last year, it has incubated companies that developed 64 new market-led innovations and created 389 jobs. So these are some of the, I think, success stories we could hear and more. The lesson for East Africa is clear. When universities, industries, and the government join forces, they become engines for growth. Higher learning institutions must update curricula based on industry feedback, integrate internships to address the real-world problems. Internal quality assurance mechanisms in higher learning institutions play a critical role in ensuring these partnerships and curricular reforms leading to meaningful outcomes. Companies should sponsor research and innovations, co-develop training programs, and provide hands-on opportunities for students. Government, we need to incentivize innovations and foster a conducive environment for collaboration. The government of Rwanda has made significant strides in fostering university-industry collaboration, driven by the country's vision to become a knowledge-based economy. We need to have established policies that support research and innovation and encourage the private sector to engage in skills development initiatives. However, we recognize that more needs to be done. And this forum presents an opportunity for bench learning from the best practices across the region and beyond. The Higher Education Council is dedicated to fostering collaboration between higher education institutions in Rwanda and esteemed partners. We want to transform our academic institutions into centers of excellence and education hubs that produce graduates who are not only employable, but also capable for creating jobs, innovating, and leading their respective fields. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum is a call to action. It is an opportunity to chart a course for future where universities and industries are co-creators of sustainable solutions for East Africa's development. I hope sessions from this forum will allow us to exchange ideas and craft actionable strategies to deepen linkages between academia and industries. Let us actively and openly, with the purpose, forge a meaningful partnerships and work together towards a knowledge-driven, innovation, and prosperous region. Once again, I welcome you to Rwanda and enjoy your stay. Visit around some places, and let us make 13th Academia Public-Private Partnership Forum a resounding success for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kadozi. We are enjoying the hospitality here. Apparently, everywhere else is getting warm. In Kampala, people are complaining that it's warm. But I tell them, have you ever been to Zanzibar and see how warm the country can be? Now, when we came here, they said, but this is better now. Yeah? So thank you very much, Dr. Kadozi, for the welcome. In May 2017, the Summit of East African Community declared that East African Community is a common higher education area. That means the East African member states are working towards harmonizing higher education systems to facilitate recognition of qualifications and free and smooth movement of labor. IUSER has been tasked as an implementing agency for the Secretariat for the process of common higher education area. We work very closely with regulatory bodies of higher education in partner states, that is to say, Dr. Edward Kadozi and other partner states regulatory bodies to achieve that goal of regional integration. Next, chief guest and ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite our partners to give very short statements. And I would like to first invite the CEO of East Africa Business Council. I heard that you are online. You have 5 minutes to give your address. The technical team, is he online? While we are checking, without wasting time, I would like now to invite Janet to also, country manager of East African Development Bank, to also give her statement. Thank you, Janet, please welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Janet Gatera. I'm here on behalf of our Director General, who could not make it, so I'm here to give his remarks. The Minister of Education, Honorable Joseph Sengimana, Secretary General, East African Community, distinguished CEOs from partner institutions, distinguished professors and academia, distinguished delegates, student representatives, members of the media fraternities, ladies and gentlemen. It's both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today at this important forum. We are here under the theme, Fostering Innovation and Entrepreneurship through University Industry Partnerships, a topic that holds great significance for the sustainable future for East Africa. As we embark on this discussion, let us acknowledge the transformative power of collaboration in a region rich with potential and talent. It is partnerships between universities and industries that can drive innovation and create lasting impact. The challenges we face today, from economic disparity and unemployment to climate change and technological disruption, demand collective action and forward-thinking solutions. As we progressively transition into a knowledge-based economy, our universities must serve not only as a center of academic excellence, but also as incubators of creativity and entrepreneurship. They are uniquely positioned to cultivate young minds and equip them with skills necessary for the workforce of today and tomorrow. However, academia alone cannot bridge the gap between education and industry needs. This is where our partnerships become crucial. Collaboration with industries allows us to align educational curricula with evolving demands of the job market. It provides students with hands-on experience and insights into real-world challenges. While industries gain access to fresh ideas, innovative research, and a skilled workforce, this symbiotic relationship fosters an environment where entrepreneurship can flourish, leading to development of sustainable businesses that contribute to our economies. In East Africa, we have a vibrant ecosystem of startups and emerging enterprises waiting to be nurtured. By leveraging the strengths of our universities and industries, we can create a pipeline of innovative solutions that address local and global challenges. Together, we can explore opportunities in sectors such as renewable energy, agribusiness, technology, and healthcare. Areas that not only are critical for economic growth, but also vital for our people's well-being. To realize this vision, I urge each and every one of you to embrace the spirit of collaboration, engage with each other, share your insights, and challenge the status quo. Let us build networks that foster creativity and empower young entrepreneurs to take risks, experiment, and innovate. East African Development Bank is committed to supporting these initiatives. The bank has financed construction and equipping of schools, universities, all through from primary to university level in Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And through this, we have seen great impact in various economies of the EAC region through creation of jobs and students excelling in various subjects and thereby moving to be of great impact to their countries. In addition, the bank has provided scholarships to STEM students throughout the EAC region. This is because the bank recognizes that STEM fields are often at the forefront of innovation and technological advancement, driving economic growth. As technology continues to evolve, a workforce skilled in STEM discipline will be better prepared to adapt to changes and disruptions in the job market. Therefore, by investing in STEM education equips students with lifelong learning skills necessary to navigate future challenge. We stand ready to work alongside you, providing the financial tools and expertise needed to turn visions into reality. In conclusion, let us harness the incredible potential of our youth and the ingenuity of our industries together. Through robust university industry partnerships, we can pave the way for innovation and entrepreneurship that will lead to sustainable and prosperous future for East Africa. Thank you, Murakoze Chane, and I look forward to seeing the incredible contributions you will make in years to come. Murakoze.
Thank you, Janet. Murakoze, I believe, is thank you, yeah? Yeah, Murakoze. Yeah. And I'm glad to hear from her that the East African Development Bank recognizes the vibrant and emerging ecosystem of startups that needs to be nurtured. And what also very promising is that they commit to support those initiatives with finances, because that is really what hogs behind the region, but also the innovations as well. So thank you very much again. We can clap to her again with that commitment. We're looking forward also to partner, but also they're calling for partnership with other organizations as well. We're looking for to continue and strengthen our partnership. Thank you. Chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, then we have, I said East African Business Council. Was it online? Probably not online. They dropped out. It's CEO Adrian Jiao was invited and he registered. Another partner who was supposed to give statement is ESTICO, but ESTICO Executive Secretary is wearing two hats today. ESTICO stands for East Africa Science and Technology Commission. Their stakeholders are National Council for Science and Technology, but also universities that do research on science and technology, who are our members. So we overlap there. So to make things go smoothly, we partner in many things that we do, and we are happy that he is here today. So next, I'll invite him in his position as a partner, but also I'll invite him to represent, it's his position to represent Secretary General, Her Excellency Ambassador Veronica Nduva, was supposed to give her remarks in this gathering. Thank you very much, Mark.
Good morning. Okay. As you've been told correctly, I'm here to serve dual purpose. And the first one is to represent ESTECO as a partner in this forum. And the second one, I'll talk about it later when it comes. Our chief guest, Honorable Joseph Nsengimana, Minister of Education, the Republic of Rwanda. The Executive Secretary, how are you, sir? other heads of institutions or EAC institutions present, distinguished representatives from academia, the industry, and the government, or the public sector, esteemed development partners here present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. As you've been told, my name is Sylvan Sokoth. I'm the Executive Secretary for East African Science and Technology Commission, ESTECO, which is based here in Kigali, Rwanda. So I welcome you to Kigali. Okay. On behalf of ESTECO, it's a great honor and privilege for me to join you at this 13th Academia Public-Private Partnership Forum, a flagship platform that brings together key stakeholders in our region to deliberate on how best we can strengthen partnerships that drive science, technology, and innovation for sustained development. Allow me to begin by thanking AUSEA for organizing the very important forum, for the kind invitation extended to ESTECO as a partner to be part of this dialogue. I also wish to appreciate the commitment of all partners present here today for their dedication to promoting collaboration across academia, industry, and government, so the public. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, ESTECO is a specialized institution of the East African community. It was established to promote and coordinate the development, management, and application of science and technology and innovation. Because science, technology, and innovation is a key driver to socioeconomic development, which is a key flagship focus for EAC, East African Community. Today, as we gather here, I'm pleased to highlight that ESTECO and Inter-University Council for East Africa are already working closely together on several strategic STI initiatives that include promoting research and innovation among higher education institutions to address regional challenges, two, to strengthening the linkages between academia, industry, to ensure that our research outputs are relevant to market needs and societal climate-smart interventions. Developing regional policies and strategies that support innovation ecosystems, entrepreneurship, and technology transfer. And finally, building capacities in critical and emerging technologies, including digital transformation, artificial intelligence, biotechnologies, and other fourth industrial revolution technologies. However, despite the progress made, significant gaps still remain, particularly in translating academic research into commercial products, aligning curricula to industrial needs, and creating sustainable platforms for dialogue among academia, industry, and public sectors. That is why this forum is so critical. Ladies and gentlemen, as we engage over the next few days, I encourage us to focus on practical strategies to, one, strengthen collaboration, two, promote innovation and entrepreneurship among the youth and among the researchers in the region, and three, to build strong policy and institutional frameworks that support an enabling environment for STI-led development. In closing, I wish to assure you that ESTECO remains fully committed to working hand in hand with the Inter-University Council for East Africa and all partners here today. We believe that by fostering genuine partnerships across sectors, we can unlock the immense potential of science, technology, and innovation to drive inclusive growth, and the development in East Africa. Let me take this opportunity to wish you fruitful deliberations, and I look forward to the actionable outcomes that will emerge from this forum. Thank you very much, and may God bless you all. I don't know whether to come back and sit and be invited. On a light note. I would like now to represent the Secretary General of the East African Community by reading her remarks, opening remarks. These are the remarks of the Secretary General of the East African Community, Her Excellency Ambassador Veronica Mweni Nduva, CBS, during this forum, and I read. Our chief guests, Honorable Joseph Nsengemana, Minister of Education, the Republic of Rwanda, government officials here present, the Executive Secretary for AUSEA, Professor Gaspard Banyankimbona, heads of EAC institutions here present, the Executive Director of the East African Business Council, Mr. Adrian Jao, represented, I believe, Chief Executive Officers of private companies, captains of industries, principals, provosts, and directors of technical and vocational educational institutions here present, invited experts from the EAC and beyond, representatives of the EAC Youth Ambassador Platform, student representatives, members of the business community, the media fraternity, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, hamujambo. Hamujambo. Okay, it is an absolute honor and privilege to be here this morning for the opening of the 13th Academia Public-Private Partnership Forum. Allow me to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to the government of Rwanda for hosting this significant forum and for its unwavering support in advancing the East African integration agenda. Rwanda continues to be a shining example of innovation, resilience, and strategic vision, aligning perfectly with the goals of this forum. I also extend my heartfelt appreciation to the Inter-University Council for East Africa under the leadership of Professor Gaspard Banyankimbona for organizing this forum and bringing together key stakeholders from the academia, the private sector, and the public sector as well. Such partnerships are critical in driving the EAC development strategy and integration agenda. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, in our rapidly evolving world, universities and industries must work hand in hand to solve the most pressing challenges facing our region. I'm encouraged to see that higher education institutions in East Africa are engaging more purposefully with the private sector to ensure that our graduates are not only job seekers, but also job creators, innovators, and solution providers. The treaty establishing the East African Community envisions a people-centered, market-driven, private sector-led regional integration process. This forum embodies that vision by creating an enabling environment where academia and industry collaborate to bridge the gap between knowledge and practical solutions. The EAC Vision 2050 highlights the urgent need for developing a skilled workforce, fostering industrialization, enhancing agricultural value chains, and leveraging technological innovations. By working together, universities and industries can equip our youth with the skills, knowledge, and entrepreneurial mindset required to transform East Africa into a globally competitive region. Ladies and gentlemen, as a region, we are facing complex challenges that require bold initiatives and collaborative solutions. Our agricultural sector, which employs the majority of East Africans, is still highly vulnerable to climate change, post-harvest losses, and outdated technologies. Food security, food safety remains a pressing concern, and our industries require cutting-edge research and technological advancements to boost productivity and ensure sustainable economic growth. It is imperative that universities and industries work together to develop and implement solutions that, one, enhance agricultural productivity and food security through research-driven innovations. Two, promote climate resilience by integrating sustainable technologies and practices. And three, support industrialization agenda by fostering value addition and local manufacturing. This is where academia and the private sector must set up. This is where academia and private sector must set up by co-creating research-driven solutions, supporting knowledge transfer, and creating an ecosystem that nurtures innovation and entrepreneurship. Honorable chief guests, with a population exceeding 300 million, East Africa is one of the fastest growing economic blocs in the region. More than 60% of our population is under the age of 30. This makes our youth our greatest asset, but only if we empower them with the right skills and opportunities. If we fail to invest in education, innovation, and job creation, we risk missing out on a golden opportunity to transform East Africa into a globally competitive region. This is why higher education institutions must strengthen their engagement with the private sector to ensure our education systems remain relevant, practical, and responsive to market needs. We must create an ecosystem where students graduate with industry-ready skills, where research leads to tangible solutions, and where innovations nurtured through strong public-private partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today, being the first ever woman to be the Secretary General, I'm talking on her behalf. I would be remiss if I did not take a moment to acknowledge and celebrate International Women's Day. Which we marked just a few days ago, exactly on 8th of March. The AAC strongly believes in empowerment of women as a driver of sustainable development. Women play a critical role in academia, business, technology, and entrepreneurship, and we must continue to create an enabling environment for their full participation in education, innovation, and leadership. I call upon universities, TVET institutions, and industries to ensure that women and girls are given equal opportunities to access quality education, participate in STEM fields, and lead in research and entrepreneurship. A truly inclusive East Africa is one where no one is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, back to the theme of this year's forum, and you can read it behind here. My understanding is that this is not just timely, it's a call for action. Our success as East African Community region is not just about policies and strategies, but also people coming together, sharing ideas, and turning knowledge into real solutions. When universities and industries join forces, we don't just create jobs or new technologies. We transform lives, strengthen communities, and build a future where every East African has the opportunity to thrive. This forum is therefore a catalyst for action. It's a space where bright minds meet bold ideas, where research meets real-world challenges, and where partnerships spark innovation that drives meaningful change. If we work together in our respective capacities as academia, industry, and policy makers, that is the public, there is no limit to what we can achieve for the community. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would like to express my desire that the outcomes of this forum will translate to meaningful outputs that will contribute to developing cutting-edge technologies, nurturing talent, developing goods and services, and creating employment and wealth across the region. I wish you all a fruitful engagement during these 3 days of the forum. Asanteni sana, thank you, merci beaucoup, murakose chane. Thank you.
Thank you, Morako Zichane. Thank you very much. I was wondering how was he going to wear the two hats? And at the beginning, I said, okay, he wore one, and then he put it behind, and then but the second was a bit big, right? So that section whereby, you had to not read it all, but we understand why. Chief guest and ladies and gentlemen, let's keep note of the speech of the Secretary General on a couple of points. One, recognition that we have a fastest growing regional economic bloc, but also we have the youngest population, one of the youngest population in the world. Indeed, I think our median age is about 19 years old, but there are countries where median age is 47, 45, and the situation is not good for the future. So for that, she calls for intense supportive investment in education, but also education that responds to the market needs. And now the market, as the population shrinks in other countries, the market is not East African community for labor. The market is the whole world. We have something to do here. The second note is on women. She said that women should not be left behind. Women should be given roles intentionally to participate in innovations and should be given equal opportunities. This is a call, and let's take this as a message from our Secretary General. And finally, she mentioned about the partnership of university and industry as important in transforming lives. Indeed it is, and that's why we are here. In other countries, universities have something called universities enterprises. There's Cambridge University Enterprise. I just was reading 2023-2024 annual report. They spent millions of pounds in research. They had about 25 patents in 1 year. They established over 20 companies. Yeah, they had a number of contracts. They partner with, those contracts are from the private sector, other industries, as well as the internal. So this is the way to go. In many universities, if you look today, they have that wing. And this is strategically placed within the structure of the institution so that the chairperson, the CEO of that enterprise is the vice president of the university on innovation. Is a vice president on innovation. So that is a strategic integration of innovation and entrepreneurship in higher education systems. That is the way to go. That is why we are here. We may not do it like Cambridge it does. It's 1,000 years old university probably, or hundreds of years. But I think there's a lesson to learn from there. Chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, before I continue inviting our chief guest, there's another invited important guest here. It's the immediate former executive secretary of IUCEA, Professor Lyambabaje. I would like you to stand up so that we can recognize you, and thank you very much for coming and joining us. Yes, Professor Lyambabaje was at IUCEA. We were friends when I was in the board of the executive committee when he was the executive secretary, but we've always been friends. We are happy to see you again. Thank you so much. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, it's my singular honor and privilege to invite our chief guest, Honorable Joseph Nsengimana, Minister of Education, Republic of Rwanda, to give his speech, but also to officially open this forum. Honorable, please welcome. The floor is yours. We can welcome him by cloud.
Honorable guests, the Secretary General of East African Community, Ambassador Veronica Mweni Ndumva, here represented by the Executive Secretary of ISTICO, government officials here present, members of the Executive Commission for Inter-University Council for East Africa, Executive Secretary, Inter-Universal Council for East Africa, Professor Gaspar Wanyangimbona, heads of East African Community Institutions, Executive Director of East African Business Council, East Africa Development Bank representative, Vice Chancellors, Rectors of public and private universities, Chief Executive Officers of private companies, Principals, Provosts, and Directors of technical and vocational education institutions, development partners, invited experts from East African community and beyond, representative of the ESC Youth Ambassadors Platform, student representative, members of the business community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mwaramutse, Hajambo, a very good morning to you all. It is my pleasure to welcome you to Rwanda and to our capital, Kigali. Murakaze neza muri Sanga. Welcome. Here you are at home. We are honored to host this esteemed gathering of thought leaders, policy makers, industry captains, and academia for the 13th Academia Public-Private Partnership Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, as we open this forum, we reaffirm the crucial role of collaboration between universities and industry in driving sustainable development in our region. Rwanda proudly champions this agenda. We recognize that a strong private sector fuels economic transformation, while an industry-aligned education system fosters innovation and progress. This forum is more than a meeting. It is a strategic platform to rethink how education and industry can forge impactful partnerships that address current challenges and anticipate the needs of future generations. I'm particularly inspired by this year's theme, Fostering Innovation and Entrepreneurship through University-Industry Partnership for East Africa's Sustainable Future. If East Africa community is to compete globally, we must cultivate homegrown innovation, nurture entrepreneurship mindset, and create an ecosystem where knowledge and industry intersect. Ladies and gentlemen, I commend the East African community through its institution, Inter-University Council for East Africa, for actively executing its mandate, especially in organizing this forum to foster synergies among academia, the public sector, and the private enterprises. I'm pleased that the Council will launch two key policy documents today during this event: the Research Excellence for Framework for Higher Education Institution and the University Industry Collaboration Support Strategy. These will guide institutions in implementing research and strengthening partnership with industry to drive meaningful impact. I urge higher learning institutions to utilize these frameworks to enhance their competitiveness and social contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, Rwanda firmly believes that a dynamic, inclusive, and responsive education system is key to shaping prosperity. Strong academia-industry partnerships ensure that graduates become job creators and solution providers for Africa's development. I'm pleased that this forum brings together representatives from technical and vocational institutions, university, and industry leaders. Progress happens when education meets enterprise and knowledge translate into real-world impact. I encourage the private sector to take a proactive role by co-developing curricula, fostering research collaboration, and launching initiatives that create a win-win scenario where industry gain skilled professionals and graduate access meaningful opportunities. This forum is an opportunity to engage, share insight, and build networks that will inspire the generation of innovators and entrepreneurs in our region. Let us explore bold ideas, forge impactful partnerships, and commit to actionable solutions that drives economic transformation. With this, it is my great honor to declare the 13th Public-Private Partnership, Forum and Exhibition officially open. Together, we have the power to shape a brighter, more prosperous East Africa. So let's get to work. I wish you all a fruitful deliberation. Murakoze, Asantini, thank you very much.
Murakoze, Chief Guest, and Asante Sana for your inspiring speech. And thank you very much for opening this forum officially. Now we are starting the business. Just a couple of notes, ladies and gentlemen. This is not, in his own word, this is not just a meeting. I said earlier, if we leave here today or after 3 days, we come back after 16 years, right? And it's only God knows where we'll be. Those who think that they're very young today, 24 years old, they will be 40, trying to prepare their kids to go to university. They will remember this instance. Now, which university shall I take my kid? I remember they talked about it. So let's engage actively. This is an important opportunity to rethink of our education system, our institutions. And also he mentioned about we should aim at developing graduates who are job creators and solution providers for our region. This is a serious task ahead. There's no jobs for everybody nowadays provided. They have to be themselves creating jobs. And he also calls for a win-win scenario. When academia and industry partner, it's a win-win scenario. Industry now complains about the quality of graduates. When they come, they cannot do the work. It's because you don't talk to us. And to a large extent, you are working in isolation. We are also working in isolation. This platform is aiming at bridging the bridge, breaking that gap between academia. So thank you very much. Let's raise our hands again to thank our chief guest. Thank you. According to our program, we have a keynote, but recognizing that our chief guest has other commitments, I tried to sell the keynote in my introduction, so you can still wait, but since you are committed, we cannot force you to stay. We appreciate what you have done so far. So we'll jump straight to the following item, which is a launch of the Research Excellence Framework for Higher Education in East Africa and the University Industry Collaboration Support Strategy. For that, I would like to invite Dr. Salome Guchu, who's a Principal Research and Innovation Officer, also the Vice Chairperson of the organizing team, to come and provide some information and also invite our chief guest in launching the documents. Thank you very much. Let's welcome Dr. Salome.
The chief guest of protocols observed, I'll just give a brief about the documents that we are about to launch. And the first one that we launch is the Research Excellence Framework for Higher Education in East Africa. The development of this Research Excellence Framework involved engagement of experts from the region and beyond. The draft framework was then shared with stakeholders in a forum which was held in August 2024 in Entebbe, Uganda. The framework is anchored on fundamental principles which cuts across different types of research and endeavors. It is structured as a guiding instrument to support EAC partner states, regulatory bodies, and higher education in developing systems for research quality, governance, management, self-regulation, and assessment for regional competitiveness. Among the key highlights of the framework are the principles of research quality, components of research governance and management, research quality dimensions, research quality assessment, implementation of the framework. And with these components, the framework went through the procedures within the Inter-University Council, including the stakeholders, and it was approved during the 40th IUCA Executive Committee meeting, which was held in 15 January 2025 in Bujumbura, Burundi. And with that, we'll be glad to invite you to unveil the research quality framework to the audience, and our copies will be shared with the participants. We've got the chief guest here.
By virtue of the honor and privilege given to me as chief guest on this day, the 12th of March 2025, I hereby officially launch Research Excellence Framework for Higher Education in East Africa.
You can take your seats, chief guest, as we introduce the second document, which is of high importance. Thank you very much. The next document that will be shared is the IUCA University Industry Collaboration Strategy. And to highlight the process of development, the document was drafted with support from desktop research initially, and then engaged a lot of survey from IUCA member universities, EAC Business Association, EAC Business Enterprises were involved. The draft strategy was then shared with stakeholders during a workshop on research and innovation management held in Dar es Salaam in November 2024, and then followed targeted survey from business enterprises. The key areas that are highlighted in this strategy entails university industry collaboration in context of the IUCA mandate, mission, strategic plan, issues of regional and continental alignment. Of course, key highlight areas are factors motivating and constraining university industry collaborations within the region. Key findings from the surveys have been captured. Strategies for building and operating IUCA university industry collaboration support portfolios. And among these support portfolios have been highlighted. Strategy implementation has been captured, And of course, finally, there are critical success factors and risks. The strategy was approved during the extraordinary IUC Executive Committee meeting, which was held in 25th February in 2025 in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. And with this strategy, we believe that it will be utilized by IUCA to work with the universities on the best approaches on how to engage universities and strengthen the collaborations with our industries. And with that, I call upon the Executive Secretary together with the Chief Guest to come in and be.
By virtue of the honor and privilege given to me as chief guest on this day, the 12th of March 2025, I hereby officially launch the IUCA University Industry Collaboration Strategy.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for this milestone. And thanking our chief guest for the incredible launch of these two documents. This is memorable. And as SG said, these are not going just to be documents in the shelf. It's for us, IUCAIR, with partners to work on implementing it. For the research excellence, we'll start with capacity building, creating awareness of higher learning institutions, and also disseminating the documents through partner states. But also the strategy, we are revising our strategic plan in 2026, and the proposed product services are going to be included within the strategic plan 2026 for 5 years. Chief guest, thank you very much for opening our forum, and I know that you are running, so group photo, no? We just wanted group photos with some few delegates for memory. And then with that, thank you so much. Okay, sure. So, Guy, please welcome. And guide people. How many people he wants to lead? So. No, you say it. Take the mic. Okay.
We are going to take a group photo in groups. The chief guest with Executive Secretary, and also Executive Secretary Steko, and also the Executive Secretary of Kiswahili Commission, another institution of the EAC, and then after that the Vice Chancellors, including the Deputy Chair of IUC Executive Committee, and then after, also we want the Minister to take a group photo with IUCA staff around. Thank you. I want my programmers to come forward. We are going to take a group photo here.
Maybe someone can help us move this so that we can get a big platform. Or maybe I can do it myself, apparently. Yes, okay. Yeah, this is good. Okay, so Guy, please, we're in a hurry, so invite people group by group so that they take the photo.
Okay, now we can have the chief guest, yes, Deputy Chair of Executive Committee, and all the, and even former Executive Secretary of IUCA here. Even members of Executive Committee of IUCA, you can join. Professor Kindiki. And after that, it's going to be Vice Chancellors around in the room. Should join the chief guest. Vice Chancellors around. And after that, our actually speakers can also have a group photo with chief guests. The panelists The panelists can also join the group. Yeah. Yes, I hope all the panelists are. Higher Education Council Director General, Rwanda, should also join. And IUCA staff available. If you are in the room, kindly come forward. IUCA staff, come forward. The chief guest is going to take a group photo with IUCA staff, and I'm going to join also so that I don't miss in the picture. And also EAC staff around. We have Dr. Dolcas here. You can also join us. And also staff of STECO, if they are around, they can also join us.
Colleagues, let's use the time as short as possible. Time is running out.
Colleagues, come forward. Thank you so much.
As the chief guest is leaving the room, I think we can break for tea and we go for exhibitions. And then as we start, we come back, we will start with the keynote. Or we do the keynote. I think let's make it democratic. Do we want to finish with the keynote as we are sitting? Oh, thank you very much. I love it. So thank you very much. Let me get my biographies. So as we agreed that we continue and finish the program with the keynote, I would like to invite Dr. Engineer Anthony Kitinji. Dr. Kitinji is the CEO and Managing Director of Semiconductor Technologies Limited. He's also the founder of that particular company. With an impressive career spanning 28 years in the semiconductor industry, Dr. Kitinji has gained a wealth of expertise in semiconductor manufacturing, advanced nanotechnology, research and development. His work has led to multiple patents in material science and device technology, reflecting his deep commitment to innovation. When people go into patents mean they want to innovate. They want to safeguard the technology for production of practical solutions, not just publications. His research contributions have been influential in advancing the field of semiconductor technology. Beyond his leadership role at Semiconductor Technologies Limited, Dr. Gitinji serves as a Senior Research and Development Fellow at the Dedan Kimathi University of Science and Technology, Kenya. His commitment to nurturing the next generation of engineers and researchers is a testament to his dedication to advancing technological innovations in Africa. Driven by a grand vision, Dr. Gitinji is dedicated to building a robust and sustainable semiconductor supply chain in Africa, aiming at positioning Kenya as a pioneering hub for this transformative technology. He believes that by fostering local semiconductor manufacturing capabilities, Africa can not only reduce its reliance on foreign technology, but also create new opportunities for economic growth and technological development. Dr. Gitinji holds a bachelor's degree in electrical and electronics engineering and a PhD in engineering. Please let's put our hands together to welcome him for this very exciting, probably very exciting keynote to set a tone for this forum. Thank you very much. Welcome. Yeah, I think we can move it to the middle now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah. So I think the program has changed a little bit, but the chief guest is still recognized. The Secretary General of East African Community, Excellency Veronica Nduva, Executive Secretary of the Inter-University Council, heads of public universities. I'd also like to give special accolades to those who put this together, which is an amazing forum, including the EAC leadership, distinguished delegates, university leaders, esteemed colleagues, and other industry leaders. In the next decade, Africa's youth population will surpass 1 billion. This is not just a statistic, it's a call to action. It's a great honor to be here with all of you today to discuss a subject that is not only important to all of us, but is very close to my heart, but also a crucial element to the future of East Africa. And the topic today, as you can probably see, is leveraging university-industry partnership for East Africa's sustainable development and global impact. As we gather here today, let us consider a critical reality. East Africa is home to one of the fastest growing youth populations in the world, with 60% of the region's population under the age of 25 years old. We're looking at an unprecedented opportunity and at the same time, an immense responsibility. The future of our communities, our economies, our global positioning hinges on how we prepare and empower this demographic. Before we go on, I'd like to tell you just a little bit about Semiconductor Technologies Limited and our vision, not just for East Africa, but the Africa semiconductor ecosystem. First, I'd like to say that I represent an amazing group of young engineers at the Dedan Kimathi University campus. While we are a private institution, I believe we're the first of its kind company that has actually set up inside an academic institution of higher learning, which is a different paradigm. We're over 100 employees now after 5 years, including faculty at the Dedan Kimathi University, which kind of goes to show how closely we work together with the academic institution. The average age, excluding myself, of course, is 25 years old. We're actually 70% women engineers at Semiconductor Technologies Limited. And we are guided by a vision and a mantra that says African challenges are numerous, but solutions through chips and technology are ubiquitous. Before founding Semiconductor Technologies Limited, I spent over 28 years in the semiconductor industry in the United States, working at the forefront of technology development, manufacturing, and technology leadership. Throughout my career, I witnessed firsthand how semiconductor innovations drive economic transformation, powers global industries, and creates high-value jobs. Despite Africa's vast talent pool, the continent remains absent in the global semiconductor supply chain, the industry that fuels most of the world's advanced technologies, including your smartphones, artificial intelligence. And we had no significant presence in the continent. I therefore saw an opportunity and responsibility to bring the semiconductor industry to Africa and create a technology ecosystem that nurtures local talent, drives industrialization, and positions Kenya, East Africa, and indeed the continent as a competitive player in the global marketplace. It was, and still is my belief, that Africa faces existential challenges that are not our own making. COVID-19 taught us many lessons about the vulnerability of our own humanity. Africa was ill-prepared for and faced grave consequences of the pandemic. We literally had to beg and plead for life-giving technology and respirators from the West. By God's grace, we were spared the worst of the devastating effects. We ought not to test nature again. The pandemic exposed Africa's vulnerability in global supply chains. Without local manufacturing capabilities, we were left dependent on external suppliers for life-saving equipment. This is why we must build our industries. And for us, we're starting with semiconductors. That vision and the history led to the founding of Semiconductor Technologies Limited, Africa's first semiconductor manufacturing company. But we thought clearly that to succeed, STL, Semiconductor Technologies Limited, had to do more than build chips and technology. It had to build talent. That's why university-industry collaboration became the core pillar of STL's mission. Through our partnership with Dedan Kimathi University, which I think some of you know, but is located about 2.5 to 3 hours from the capital city of Nairobi, STL has now trained, in collaboration, over 200 semiconductor-grade engineers at Dedan Kimathi University through that collaboration, equipping them with industry-relevant skills and hands-on experience in semiconductor manufacturing, design, and testing. This model has been hailed as a breakthrough for skills development in advanced manufacturing, demonstrating how industry and academia can work together to bridge skills gap and drive technological advancement. Additionally, this partnership has helped raise over $4 million over the last 2 years in funding for capacity building, curriculum development, which we're doing in cooperation with Dedan Kimathi University, training, research and development, and other activities. These funds have been instrumental in strengthening the technical education, research labs, innovation-driven programs that will ensure Kenya, East Africa remains competitive in the semiconductor and advanced manufacturing industries. However, our vision extends beyond Kenya, beyond East Africa, indeed into sub-Saharan Africa. STL aims to build semiconductor ecosystems across the continent, ensuring that the entire benefit from the industry and technological revolution is realized. Our expansion model is built on strategic partnerships with institutions of higher learning and vocational institutions, enabling us to create workforce at scale, enhancing research and collaboration, and fostering entrepreneurship in the semiconductor industry across the continent. I'd like to talk a little bit about monetization of our education. So let's look at the numbers for a minute. The average cost of educating a student from elementary school, which is like primary school, to university in East Africa varies from about $10,000 to $20,000 per student. So that means governments, families, and even international donors invest heavily in education. Yet too often, we see graduates struggle to find employment or start businesses that generate sustainable incomes. Every year, Kenya produces over 1 million graduates and 44,000 postgraduates every year. Now, in monetary terms, I think somebody said, you know, in business, we always look at the bottom line. And it's true. We always look at the bottom line. That translates into over $20 billion of investment over the education term. The GDP of Kenya is $113 billion. That means that a country that invests 17% of GDP in education cannot afford to let that investment go underutilized. Our challenge is to turn education into industry. If we consider the investment as capital, we must ask ourselves, how do we ensure a return on investment? Again, as business people, we always look at what's the ROI. How do we transition from producing graduates to producing innovators, job creators, industry leaders? The answer lies in bridging the gap between academia and industry, exactly what we're discussing in this forum. A brief case study, and especially that rings true for STL. My higher education started in the United States, and especially in the region around Detroit, Michigan, which is where the big three automakers are, GM, Chrysler, and Ford. In my second year of college, I was embedded at General Motors. And for the next 4 years, I was embedded in that company through a cooperative research program, of which I picked up a lot of hands-on experience and as part of cooperative education program. And that provided industrial training and hands-on experience. In this program, we learned and understood the critical areas of the automobile, including the engine, the powertrains, fuel management systems, and so on. It was through this experience that I was intrigued by the numerous applications of computer chips in vehicles. Today's cars are not just machines, they are actually computers on wheels powered by over 100 microchips and millions of lines of computer code. In the advent of artificial intelligence, the automobile has become exponentially more complex with driverless functions, GPS, collision avoidance, and so on. Based on this experience is how I fell into semiconductor manufacturing, including material sciences. So when I founded STL, I recognized that success in the semiconductor industry in East Africa, in Kenya, requires a skilled workforce, cutting-edge research, and continuous innovation. I knew that building a world-class semiconductor company in Africa, in East Africa, required more than just capital. It required talent, and that talent had to be nurtured from within the institutions of higher learning. This is why STL pioneered a university-industry partnership in semiconductor manufacturing at Dedan Kimathi University. So we collaborate with leading academic institutions as well. We have actually now opening a nanofabrication plant in Strathmore University in Nairobi. We just signed an MOU recently with Carnegie Mellon Africa here in Rwanda, and also looking to sign partnerships with University of Rwanda and others. And what this does, it provides graduates, students, faculty. Remember, education is a pipeline that is not just about students. It also includes faculty. The ROI is not just about students, about how can researchers also develop intellectual property. So it provides practical skills. It allows research and development, international collaboration. Last week, I was in Thailand, in Chulalongkorn University, launching a cooperative program between Strathmore, hoping to be Strathmore, and Chulalongkorn University in quantum computing, because we intend that by 2032, that Kenya will have, East Africa will have the first quantum computer designed and built for our own use. It also fosters job creation and SMEs. The last thing I want to say with respect to this topic is that not only has this provided skills, but it also opened opportunities. We have now several STL personnel who have actually been accepted in Ivy League schools in the United States and elsewhere to advance some of the research and development programs that we've created. Some, universities like MIT, Brown University, and others. Now, in terms of just this specific topic that we're discussing, there are many examples. I think one of our speakers talked about some of these success stories. One evident one is Stanford and Silicon Valley, where the partnership between Stanford and companies like HP, Google, and Intel were the basis for developing the Silicon Valley ecosystem, which is now and continues to be the hub for technology and semiconductors. MIT and the US semiconductor industries, partnerships also created, actually out of MIT, graduates is analog devices and linear technologies, and there's many examples like that. But right here in our continent, Pasteur Institute and the UK company Mologic developed a 10-minute diagnostic kit for COVID-19 testing. And there's many other examples. But let's talk briefly before I close about the vision for East Africa's industrial future. So why should Africa only be a consumer of technology when we can be producers? Imagine an East Africa where industries no longer rely on imported technologies but become net exporters of innovation. Imagine an education system where every graduate is equipped with both academic knowledge and industrial experience. Imagine a future where our youth are not job seekers but job creators, where the next wave of the African unicorn startups emerge from university-industry partnerships. This vision is not just a dream. It's actually within our reach. The success of STL's model in Kenya demonstrates that when academia and industry work together, we create a pipeline of highly skilled professionals, attract investment, and position East Africa as a global player in advanced manufacturing. And this is a call to action to the governments. We have to support policies. Today, I'm thrilled to see this research excellence framework, right? These are policies that support a lot of what we're discussing today and will be in the next few days. For universities, private sector is not your enemy, we're your friends. So we need to embrace industry as essential partners in curriculum development. I will say this is a success story for Dedan Kimathi University. When STL set up in the university ecosystem, we lobbied heavily to bring material science curriculum into the master's programs, which we did. We provided guidance for electronics manufacturing to be part of the curriculum. And because of the vision and leadership, which is an also important topic, Dedan Kimathi was able to absorb that into their curriculum. And now, by next year, we'll be starting some of these programs, which are 3-4-year programs. And this is a contribution of how the university and commercial aspect can be very valuable. To students and entrepreneurs, another call to action, take advantage of industry collaborations, develop hands-on skills, and think beyond employment. Think innovation, and think enterprise. To investors and global partners, some of who are here, Africa is ready for high-value industrial investments. The talent is here, the ambition is here, and it's now time to do that. The topic that I'm talking about also calls about sustainability and impact. To make the academic and private cooperation sustainable and impactful, there must be consideration for the downstream offtake of skills, of skilled graduates. To accomplish this, STL plans to build nanofabrication plants in major universities to support pilot production of chips and also to provide proof of concept. Because when you provide proof of concept, then you can go to scale. So that's one of the methodologies that we're using. Furthermore, some of these nanofabs will accelerate innovation and design expertise in the development of African context semiconductor products. Let me talk about this very briefly. Many times we are relegated to products that you have to buy in the open market that are not necessarily attractive to the use cases in our continent. And so therefore, spurring innovation in chips and technology in our own context allows us to provide inexpensive use of technology without having to subscribe to expensive sub-nanometer node products, which is what we get in the open market. To this end, SDL will be launching a platform called the Open Silicon Foundry Platform in 2026. What that platform will do is involve everybody in the ideation, creation, and realization of chip solutions for Africa's challenges. In conclusion, as has been said previously, East Africa stands at a crossroad. We can either produce graduates who struggle to find meaningful employment, or we can build an education to industry pipeline that turns knowledge into economic power. We have to create the line of sight from what we are doing in academics to actually economics. Semiconductor Technologies Limited is proud to be part of this transformation, and we invite all of you and all of us making East Africa a hub for industrial innovation, global competitiveness, and sustainable development. Let us not leave this forum with just ideas, inspirations, and aspirations. Let us leave with commitments. What partnerships will you build? What policies will you support? What investments will you make? Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Wow. I think you agree with me that whatever I said before this keynote, I was trying to sell it. I was trying to kind of lure, if you want, the chief guest to remain. He told us from the beginning when we received that he'll be busy, he'll be leaving. So I'm trying to put some words to try to make him wanting to wait, but it wasn't possible. I think it's worth it. Let's clap again for our keynote presenter. I don't know how to even summarize that, but I think we have learned together a lot from what is possible and whether there's anything impossible in Africa. I think there's still parts of Africa today when you talk about semiconductors, companies born in Africa, they will say it's impossible. We framed our minds to think that some things are not for us, we cannot do it. I think what Dr. Akitin, you've told us today, you've demonstrated that, we are not as we think we are. And I think it starts with mindset change. It's about thinking that things are possible, can be done, and can be nurtured home here, where we are. And this starts with education, transforming our education, really to remove maybe, let me say, colonial thinking of dependency. That, we have to import everything, that we're not capable of doing things of our own. In brief, that's what we can say, what we have learned today. This is, by the way, I'm a graduate of electronics engineering, undergraduate and master's, and PhDs in networking. But my education differs from yours. I'm more theoretical, because your education is cooperative education. And cooperative education embeds and integrates hands-on experience from industry within the curricula. Imagine you study 2 years, and then every other semester you have to spend in an industry. There are those. Not many universities have those model, but I think it builds graduates with skills. And without those skills, it's difficult to build such an industry, complicated industry. So what also we learn, not only that we can do things, but we can do them if we can get skilled workforce. Having a mass skilled workforce in these technologies is crucial. And it is the role of higher education institutions in partnership with the private sector to develop this skilled workforce. Some people are building robots, and you know why? Because the population is going down. So they're going to build, they need machineries to do the work. Well, we have people. Robot cannot do anything, and robot will never replace a human being. We have an asset. Our asset is the growing young population that we can build that can serve the world. Not only Africa, but the world. We've seen some other countries coming to other countries wanting some skills. I think one particular neighboring country, they provided a few 100,000 or a few thousands doctors to some other countries. That will continue. But they cannot go to other countries but don't have the skills they need. Now, who is to provide the skills? The universities to start with, but that can be efficiently done with the partnership with industry. And that's why we are here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much again. I think we finished this session. Thank you for being attentive, for waiting and listening. I would like to call all upon you in the next few days to be actively engaged, to ask questions, to contribute as much as we can. This is our forum together. It's for everybody. We want everyone's voice to be heard, not only academia at vice chancellor's level or industry at CEO's level, but we have academics here, academic staff, as well as students and other private sectors. So let's engage in the next few days. What we do as IUSEA, we create this kind of convening and platforms to get some ideas that we can do, embed them within our strategic direction, and implement them for the higher education institutions at large. These documents that were launched today, they were as a result of some recommendations of the previous APPPF. So please contribute. We have rapporteurs on each session, and we have chairs. We are looking at key recommendations that will be useful. They'll be very useful in building our institutions. With regard to cooperative education, I remember in Dar es Salaam 2 years ago, we invited one university called TOB ETU from Turkey. They follow cooperative education, and we want other institutions to learn on how our cooperative education works. Today we are hearing it again. When was it? I was with Dr. Doka. He told me my son or daughter, yes, is somewhere else studying first degree, but also cooperative education. So I think it's for higher learning institutions to think about reforming our education system so that we nurture the skills, so that the skills will be not job seekers, but job creators and innovators as we've been provided. Thank you very much. And with this, I would like to invite the MC to give us direction on what we do next before we stand up, and when should we come back again. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very successful and amazing forum in the next few days. Thank you.
Can we give another round of applause? And thank you so much, Professor Rai, for guiding us through that session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have earned ourselves tea break, health break. And initially, we are supposed to have, of course, the launch has already happened. So initially, thereafter, we are supposed to have the tour of the exhibition hall. So we have the exhibitors already. So I would think we'd take that opportunity. I don't know, what should we do first? Do we tour, then we come for tea, or do we take tea, then we go for the tour? You won't be strong enough to walk. So I think we'll do the tea, and I want you to please tour those stalls. People have put their innovations together. They're waiting for you. It will not be fair if you don't go to see what they're doing. So please guarantee me that you will actually visit, learn, and also give your insights to the innovations that we have down. So we'll go for tea break, and that should take us about 30 minutes. We have so many serving points, and we'll also use that opportunity to visit. There will be people guiding us where we shall have the exhibition. Where are we having the exhibition? Down? Ground floor. So we'll go for the ground floor and have that, and then thereafter, according to our program, that will take us up to lunchtime. So please have enough time to interact. Don't walk away. We have not given you opportunity to walk downtown in Kigali now. Downtown will be Wednesday. So please, for today, these lots of that will be Friday. Why did I think? I thought today is Monday. You know, for us teachers, we start the week on a Monday. So my apologies for downtown will be Friday. Please, the monies you have come with, keep it until Friday. Then we shall hit Kigali hard. But for now, let's go for the tea break, which will be, there's a serving point, I'm told this side. This side, to this side. Okay, you'll guide us when they'll get out. And then please, thereafter we move down to the exhibition hall so that we have sufficient time to spend with the exhibitors and the universities and the innovators and all other persons who have come. Asante sana, and I wish you good time for tea break. Thanks. Off from where we stopped. Sorry about the lunch got delayed a bit, so some people were delayed a little bit, but we'll try to redeem time. We will go for plenary session 1, and that will cover plenary presentations and panel session. And under the theme, sub-theme 1 of leveraging university research for industry and community transformation. We are privileged that this particular session, which is going to start after our lunch, will be chaired by and moderated by Professor John Francis Mugisha. For those of you who know him or who may not know him, he's currently the Vice Chancellor of Bishop Stewart University in Uganda. In the recent past, he was the Vice Chancellor of Cavendish University in Uganda. He has also been a member of the Executive Board of IUCA. He was a Vice Chairperson. And has also been a member of several other committees. So we are privileged that you have come for this 13th APPPF forum, and we are privileged to have you this afternoon as our chair for this session. Please, can we put our hands together to welcome him as he takes over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you. I want to welcome you to this session, which is the first plenary session. And our theme is leveraging university research for industry and community transformation this afternoon. We have a number of speakers, but I will first welcome the 2 plenary session speakers. And after they have made their presentations, we'll have a very short question and answer session. And then we'll have a panel session. Today, we are looking at university research. And I want you to imagine with me a future where university research seamlessly integrates with industry, innovation, and community aspirations. A future where breakthroughs in the lab translate into breakthroughs in the marketplace, and where community challenges are addressed through collaborative problem solving. This is what we are looking at today, and I want you to join hands with me to welcome our very first speaker, who is here with us, Professor Alex Ariho. Professor Alex Ariho is the CEO of African Agribusiness Incubators Network, Uganda. But he has done a couple of other activities, with, especially with African Union. Actually, he sits in Ghana. He will take us through practical aspects and strategies of aligning university research priorities with industry and community needs from the perspective of Agribusiness Incubators Network. Professor Ariho, you are most welcome. Please welcome him once again.
Thanks so much, moderator, for the session. Greetings, delegates. I know you are from different backgrounds. I will not be able to go back to the protocol. But once again, I'm Alex Saliho, the CEO of AIN, and I'm happy to be part of this discussion, and particularly the forum that brings together the academia, the private sector, and connecting to look at how do we address the community needs, which is the core why we are all here. Who are we? AIN is a network of incubators and accelerators and enterprise support organizations and other institutions in Africa and beyond. Currently, we are visible in 55 member states of the African Union. But again, we have got membership beyond the continent, in the US, in Canada, in China, India, Europe, and the rest of the world. But it is Africa-driven, Africa-owned, to support the implementation of the African Union agenda, particularly under the Department of Agriculture, Rural and Blue Economy. Where are we? It is important that we get to understand the context. Currently, we are about 4,400 members spread across the continent. You can already see the colors, and you can look at your country, and you're able to tell the incubators, the accelerators, the universities, and tertiary institutions that we are working with. So before I dive into the discussion of the importance of the academia and private sector partnership, it is going to understand within the ecosystem of the incubation sector, what are we doing? One is building the capacity of the incubators and accelerators in terms of building competency and skills to manage incubators. And I'm happy we have worked with different universities to address that, and we still need to work together to do that. We have helped and worked with different governments, non-development partners to establish new incubators and accelerators to bridge the gap in that space. But we are aware that talking about research products, talking about products that are not linked to the market, poses a big risk in terms of sustainability. So linking market systems, supporting member countries and states, and the incubators to be able to produce and support emerging SMEs and startups to produce products that are demanded in the continent is very, very important. We work with universities, closely about 360 universities in Africa, to support the area of technology and innovations commercialization. And I'm happy the chair of the session highlighted that at the beginning. Very, very, very important. And therefore, for us, this forum is a perfect fit in as far as supporting and working closely with universities to connect with the private sector. We are aware that financing innovations and emerging startups and SMEs within the incubation acceleration ecosystem is difficult. So we work with different institutions, including African Development Bank, to support the emerging startups and innovations. And that's why we are talking about structured finance. We have got a great potential of the young people in Africa and women. There are deliberate initiatives at country level, at regional level, both in North Africa, Southern Africa, Central Africa, West, and East that are supporting initiatives deliberately to empower economically the emerging startups who are basically coming from the ecosystem of the youth and women that are graduating and coming to the ecosystem generally. Now, let's look at why we're here today. We all appreciate that universities serve as a hub of knowledge generation, innovation, and human capacity development. It is obvious, we are aware. But we need also to understand that societies face different challenges, and therefore the expectations are high from the universities. So today's discussion, when you talk about the collaboration, we are looking at how do we make sure that the universities become relevant in addressing the societal needs, and where is the gap? Many research outputs remain in academic institutions without practical application due to weak industry and community linkages. You get just outside the gate of any main university, you find that the community outside is not aware exactly what is happening inside. We have done a number of studies to establish that. At the same time, how do we engage the private sector to influence the research agenda? We are talking about bridging and connecting with the private sector. But the research agenda does not allow the engagement of the private sector to influence the priorities of research. You get PhDs, masters. The following day, poverty. Why? We are researching the obvious. How do you consult? What mechanism that is in place to create this linkage and community engagement? How are we engaging the private sector to finance the innovations that are coming from research? But once you don't engage from the start, it is very difficult to talk about financing. There's a lot of money. So there is a huge gap between the academia and the private sector. The universities have remained as ivory towers of knowledge, and the private sector also feel they have the money. So the two are operating in two worlds. Thanks to the organizers of this important forum and for thinking about this, because this is going to help in bridging this gap. How do we create awareness, a mechanism sharing the research results and products from these universities and institutions that are in place globally? Now, why are we here? So fundamentally, we need to respond to 4 questions. So I will try to make an attempt to give my thoughts, the experience across the continent, because I've been in this space for the last 15 years, working in the space of the continent and working with universities and incubators. Number 1, how can universities align their research priorities with the industry or the needs of industry and the community? We need to address that at the end of the day. Practical strategies. You know, at times we talk about partnership and collaboration, but let me tell you, what drives partnership and collaboration is about incentives and benefit sharing. The private sector is not going to work with you unless you are able to put on the table the incentives and benefits. Then you're organizing normal business meetings, you call the CEOs and you call them for a 3-day workshop at the university. They do not attend, they are used of breakfast and cocktail. And then for you say there is no budget for cocktail and you don't allow to buy beer for them. The CEOs don't have the time, they're looking at time. The taxman is already on the gate to close their business. You are calling for 3 days. You'll only get representatives. You will not get the decision makers. We must change the way we do things. You cannot apply the approach of 18th century to solve problems of 21st century. Things must change. So let's talk about policy influence. All this starts with leadership. I'm happy the majority here are vice chancellors, and I've already told you, I interface with about 390 universities in Africa. We have developed programs together. So we need to change the way we do things. You have a population of 5,000 students. 2 are doing business administration. None of the graduates or none of the students can supply one product to the university because the policy of procurement is going to be talking about conflict of interest. Even the university itself, even the staff cannot supply. They go out to look for the jobs, but they have left the jobs at the university. You can visit one of the universities, Diop University in Senegal, and look at how they are dealing with that. Go to Makere and see currently what they're doing also at Bishop Stewart. He's here. The mechanisms there. Can we feed even our own universities? Now, I just decided to pick, where do we fit this collaboration in the global space? The Sustainable Development Goals talks about leaving no one behind. How are we tracking the contribution of universities, the support by the private sector and the universities to bridge this gap and address this sustainable innovation infrastructure? Look at partnerships. So we are not alone in this discussion. From here, we'll be heading to China to attend the World Incubator Summit. And we are discussing globally the contribution of incubators. And you have incubators also in Africa. But are we documenting evidence-based progress and performance to be able to talk about the contribution of the African-based incubators in the global space? Now, all students are taking obvious topics. And then we get to there, we don't have evidence because we research the obvious. The African Union agenda gives us the mandate to look at innovative education and skills development, inclusive growth, technology and innovations, research-driven solutions to benefit communities. So the political space, the heads of state endorsed this, and therefore we have got the support that should be able to take us through and get to mobilize the private sector, mobilize the actors to be part of the equation. Where are we as universities, research institutions, to bring the private sector role and work together to create what we call the Africa that we want? How many topics by the university students that are now helping the African Union talk about the African continental free trade area, commodity value chains, the regional trade, the barriers. The private sector is struggling with this. Soft landing. So even if you allow, my brother, that now every African is now going to get a free passport, a free visa to move everywhere, there are two things to do. You cannot visit the country without a product or a service. It is either in your head or in your hands, no shortcut. So it's just a talk. Unless the universities let these people know that even if you have a passport, you'll go nowhere. You must sell a skill or a product in your hands, no shortcut. So we must leverage strategic partnerships. And this must be done intentionally. Not talking about, I can give those examples, just what you see there. I'm happy about 5 universities in Africa benefit. In 2010, I led a delegation of 17 Africans to visit the University of Hamok in Finland to understand the learn as you earn model. You go to Finland, the consumption of most of the products in supermarkets are produced by the university. Get to universities in Africa and see, how do we make our contribution directly? How do you bring the politicians on board? This other photo on the side, I was meeting the president of Ghana when I started 2013 in Accra. Because you cannot talk about mobilizing the private sector and the government put in money in research and incubation unless they understand what you're doing. And then the incentives, they are looking at votes. For you are talking about engaging the youth to make the money and they come back and vote for him. We must understand the language. They're looking at votes. So we need to be aware of the needs of Generation Z. When we talk about the community and we are talking about a big number, then it means our methods of engagement must change. In Ghana, we usually say that if you plant yam, you don't expect cassava. Because you will definitely harvest what? Yam. So we need to look at the needs, but I've summarized. There are only 3. Unless we talk of food on the table, and we talk about money in the pockets, and we talk about jobs, the rest is science that people are going to keep looking at, and they will not give us money. So we need to connect universities to respond to the 3. They are very fundamental. issues. What does industry expect? It is money. Basically, industry, private sector is talking about profit. So the innovations and research products that will help the private sector to get graduates that are going to help them to be efficient and deliver, they are able to pay. I will not take a lot of time on that. It is very, very critical to understand at the end of the day, the private sector is talking about business sustainability. How do we leverage the partnerships? By avoiding or addressing some of the challenges. One, clear communication strategy. We need to develop an engagement strategy. We are very happy that now we are talking about this framework at the regional level. How do we get it down? To make sure that either on a monthly basis, there is a university private sector forum, and they are discussing similar things within the ecosystem. There we become relevant. There is a university I visited recently, 2 years back. I think, Anki, you know it very well. And I was locked for 2 hours at the gate because I had left my passport. And I was visiting the university to meet the chancellor, and we were even funding the same university. But I left the passport, I was locked outside for 2 hours. I waited until I got the clearance. Now, if I am locked outside, what about the society around? There is an issue. Financing models. We need to take advantage of public-private sector partnership and put resources to finance innovations. But these innovations must be relevant. Let it not be a one-time event. Start a project, talk about incubation ecosystem, it ends with a project. We need to integrate this as part of the big agenda. Good. Now, I just wanted to mention something unique about this model. Anki, you can stand up for recognition. Anki, 2010, we worked together, and actually she's the one that helped to design that logo of Unibrain. And by then, we are developing a program that supports incubators in 17 countries in collaboration with the African Union, supported by Danida. But I'm happy to mention that to date, we have used this model, and we transited from a project to an institution. So AIN is a product of Unibrain model that we developed. And it is because we used the design thinking, getting outside the university, working with the private sector to develop the model that responds to the demands. Now, we need to leverage what we call long-term impact by evaluating, evaluating success in terms of innovation and employment generation. Creating an enabling environment that will allow the interaction is very, very important. But we need to combine resources. Working in silos. You get a project, you close the door until you even within the university, I've visited a number of them, you know very well. Even within the university, one department doesn't know what another faculty or department is doing. Working in silos. Then we come out, we talk about public-private sector, start from inside. It is within, start from within, then we get out. Policy environment. We need to make sure that we provide policies or develop policies that will support the collaboration strategically. I will not repeat this, but it includes incentives, protection. We need to revisit some of these policies to be able to create that enabling environment. How do we take advantage of the existing incubators to foster entrepreneurship ecosystem? Just first be relevant down there. It is very, very important. And we can work together with the private sector to transfer this knowledge, build their capacity. I've just used an example where we have worked with Reform to train about 500 experts in business incubation and even accredited them. And there are some universities now that we're thinking of working together to start running these short courses at a country level, also at a regional level. Very, very, very important. We need to take advantage of existing networks. But there are some principles, ladies and gentlemen. It's not just about doing these things. There are some principles that govern these systems of collaboration. So it's just not a given. One, for us to be relevant, we need to move to shift to what we call market-driven investment, what we call market-driven research. But in the private sector, they are looking about market-driven investment. You are not going to mobilize the private sector to invest in any research where he or she doesn't see business. Who is the buyer? You get to university, 20 products, everybody is coming up with yogurt product. You mean there's nothing else to innovate? There's no another research? Check. You ask about a compendium of innovations and technologies for commercialization. Then they give you a booklet of 900 pages. Which private sector is going to read 900 pages? Packaging, what we are working on, is also an issue. Come up with a simple compendium, get to the airplane, get a university that is working with Uganda Airline or Rwanda Air to make sure that as you board the plane, you already have a profile, a compendium of innovations and technologies for commercialization. Check all our airlines, from Ethiopia, South Africa Air, all of them. What is there? Perfume. And the universities are here, we are talking, same things. And we expect different results. You start saying the future will be different. From where? We can't have a different future. It is us to change this. Ladies and gentlemen, it is critical to also create, sorry, I think they have moved my presentation. It is important to create a system where we should be able to continue to engage, and our engagements should be guided by, sorry, there's something I wanted to share with you, but nonetheless, I'm saying our collaboration should be guided by 4 principles. I will summarize this. And these are 4 C's. Number 1 is co-creation. Creative, what we call co-creation or design thinking, is very important in our partnership. Number 2 is what we call co-implementation. Days are gone for you to work in isolation. We need to work together. So principle number 1 is co-creation. Number 2 is co-implementation. Number 3 is co-financing. What are you bringing on table? I don't call you a partner when you're only taking what I have. You see, that's the principle of partnership. You must demonstrate that you are doing something. Number 4, where universities come in strongly, is co-learning. Learning is a process. And we need to create an environment where the 4 principles apply. I thank you.
Wow, that was really heavy and very challenging. Very, very challenging. I will not attempt to summarize what he just said, but I was reflecting on wasted research output in universities with less practical application. A lot of research output existing alongside poverty because of misalignment of the research agenda. You know, those are really quite challenging. Researching the obvious just to fulfill program requirements instead of solving problems. I think you are itching to listen to the second one, and you'll have a chance to ask the questions. The second one will be talking about research for community transformation, a case for Western University, is Dr. James Lesfield. Dr. Lesfield is Director, School of Biomedical Engineering, Western University, London, Ontario, Canada. Please join hands with me to welcome Dr. James Lesfeld. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Professor Maguchi, for the introduction. Thank you to Gervais and Salome and the other organizers for inviting me to speak to you today. Let's start by way of introduction by not assuming you know much about our university. So Western University, also known as the University of Western Ontario, is located in London, which is midway between Toronto in Canada and Detroit in the United States, about 200 kilometers from each of those larger cities. We have about 30,000 undergraduates, 7,000 graduate and professional students, 1,400 professors spread over 12 faculties covering all of the major academic disciplines. The reason I am here today is a result of a tour Gervais and Deze made through Canada last November, where he visited several Canadian universities, including ours. And when he came to Western, I and some of my team members had a chance to describe to him our program in frugal biomedical innovations, which is developing appropriate, sustainable medical devices to meet the needs in resource-constrained settings. And the phrases in our mission statement that I've highlighted in the bold purple font are features of the program that we think distinguish us a little bit from similar programs at peer institutions in North America and in Europe. And so those ideas are going to form the basis of my observation today, and hopefully you'll see how they fit with the theme of this program as well. Our program is fairly new. It's been in existence for about 3 years, and so bear in mind that our own strategy is still evolving as we learn from experience, and I expect it to evolve even further from what I learned from the other presenters and colleagues at this meeting. The mission statement mentions partners in Africa. As a real high-level summary, we have active collaborations currently in 6 nations in sub-Saharan Africa, including Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda. We have lots of partnerships in East Africa because our university houses an Africa Institute that has been coordinating research collaborations all across the continent for much longer than our frugal medical devices program has existed. And so this set of countries reflects simply who we've been introduced so far and is not meant to be exclusive of other possible partnerships. And in fact, I would love to be able to keep adding flags to this slide. So if I go back quickly to our mission statement for a bit, there are a couple of terms there. I want to explain what we mean by co-developing frugal medical devices, because some of those terms are at the risk of slipping into being buzzwords nowadays. So I'll start with the idea of frugal. Frugal innovations is a concept that's emerged in engineering over the last 15 or 20 years in which technological development emphasizes sustainability and equity of access to technologies. We sometimes regret naming our program after this concept because of the misunderstandings that sometimes arise from the common meaning of the word frugal. As the title of the slide says, frugal is much more than cheap. In other words, a frugal device is not simply taking a conventional technology and stripping out most of the functionality just to make it low cost. Rather, a frugal device is developed from scratch with a laser focus on the needs and the constraints of the environment in which it's going to be used, but still uses state-of-the-art technologies. And when the method reaches its full potential, what you end up doing is altering the trade-off curve between cost and performance of a device. Frugal innovations are thought to arise from one of at least 3 modes of innovation that I've summarized here. So top-down frugal innovation refers to technologies that are produced by established companies. And in my sector, in the medical device sector, that typically means multinational corporations. Now, this approach can produce devices that are cost-effective, but they aren't truly frugal, in my view, because they are not sustainable in the sense of being readily maintained in the environments they are used. And also, the technologies that are developed and the features that are included in them tend to be guided more by the profit motives of the manufacturers than by the needs of the healthcare providers and patients in the communities which they're going to be used. A social enterprise approach does a better job of developing technologies that meet community needs. What distinguishes a social enterprise from the third approach, community-led frugal innovation, is the emphasis on co-creation in a community-led approach. And this is the strategy my team is pursuing. One of the speakers this morning mentioned briefly the triple helix model of innovation. In the frugal innovation literature, we refer instead to the quadruple helix model of innovation. And so the four pillars are academia, the private sector, government, and civil society. And so the question becomes, how do we go about involving civil society, the community, in technology innovation? And so that brings us to the second possible buzzword, which is co-creation, which Alex spoke about a little bit at the end of his presentation. I think of co-creation as being the highest rung on the so-called ladder of engagement. And so what distinguishes it from the other forms of collaboration is that co-creation means that you are sharing decision-making powers with all of the people who are participating in the project, or all of the groups rather, and you are sharing credit for successes that arise from the projects. To be honest, universities from the global north have at best a mediocre reputation for following these guidelines, and so we are trying to make an effort to be intentional and conscious of it as we develop our program. And so how do we orient our university in that direction? I find the concept of an entrepreneurial university to be instructive here. And so an entrepreneurial university has three missions that are all weighted equally. And so the third mission of social and economic development is considered equally important to the traditional academic missions of teaching and fundamental research. And so what this requires then is a bit of a culture change within the university. And in particular, if you are following the community-led model of frugal innovation, it requires a culture that rewards bringing in ideas from the community and giving your expertise to advance and enhance those ideas and working together with the community to put them into use. One way some institutions have started to build this into their culture is to anchor their research strategies to the Sustainable Development Goals. And so our institution, for example, has recently published what they call a global engagement strategy that is tied to the SDGs. The challenge now is to take those words on the pages and make them into action. And so here are a few things that I was referring to when I said challenges a second ago. We heard in the last presentation a little bit about the mismatch in the speed at which universities work and at private sector works. And that also applies, that same mismatch occurs between universities and the expectations of community partners. Some of these things are things like peer review that are a necessary part of the academic system, but it is very important that everyone understands and is expecting realistically how those things will affect speed of projects. It is very important to take the time to build trusting relationships, especially with community partners, to sustain these types of projects. And so we're trying to be intentional about that as well. The system level issues that are flagged on the bottom of the slide all have in common that they relate to things that make it difficult to operate projects over multiple nations. And so I'm really interested in conversations about how some of these things, IP policies and regulatory policies, especially for medical devices, might be harmonized a little better. So now I'm going to talk a little more specifically about our program. Our program consists of 3 complementary strategies, and the first one is a Scholars Program. And the purpose of the Scholars Program is to provide training to our own trainees and researchers, and also to students and collaborators at our partners, first of all on the design principles that are specific to frugal innovation and are a little bit different from the traditional approaches to engineering design. Also, particularly our trainees in Canada need some knowledge of challenges that arise in global and remote healthcare settings. These are not things that are usually covered in engineering curricula in North America. And then, as we've been hearing from many speakers today, we're also trying to embed commercialization, understanding of commercialization processes, and in particular, things like regulatory processes that are pretty specific to medical devices in our training. One of the things we're proud of is we have a portfolio of about 20 projects right now, all of which have partners in either Africa or in the far northern remote parts of Canada, and involve, at least for the projects in Africa, collaborative work between trainees in Canada and trainees in Africa. I wanted to flag one bit of nice news about the sharing of training resources that I think hints at a way forward. So we just recently received funding from Global Affairs Canada through a program of theirs that's called Canadian International Development Scholarships. And so that program is set up to enable Canadian higher education institutions to help with training of trainees from institutions specifically in the Commonwealth and La Francophonie. And our grant is specifically to help develop graduate level biomedical engineering training at our partner institutions. The size of the grant is relatively modest, so that's why there are only 2 institutions represented in this. But the reason I'm excited about this is this is a result of what the Canadian government is calling a Stream 1 competition, and they've promised that there will be a Stream 2 competition with much larger budgets and capability to spend funding in Africa as well as in Canada. How this particular project is going to work is we have 2 trainees from Rwanda and 2 trainees from UCAD in Senegal who are coming to Western for graduate studies in biomedical engineering that will include also training in university leadership, and they will be expected to go back to their home institutions and help start to develop or expand the biomedical engineering programs at their home institutions. Second strategy is focused on helping to get medical devices out of the lab and into use, and so this is focused on provision of shared resources to deal with things that usually aren't covered in academic publications, like formal standards-based calibration and regulatory compliance and those sorts of things. And so the idea is to develop a facility that can be shared either, as it says, remotely or by arranging for visiting scholars to come and use the facility. One of the things we've discovered through experience so far is it's really important to identify private sector partners for the Africa-based projects in Africa who have the capability and interest to help us with manufacturing and scale-up and distribution. About a year ago, my group traveled through Ethiopia and Kenya and Uganda visiting healthcare facilities, universities, and research institutes, and a few private sector groups. And one of the places we visited was a company in Nairobi named Gearbox. And Gearbox manufactures the boards for the Raspberry Pi microcontroller. And seeing this change some of the technical details of some of our projects, where we asked, okay, okay, projects using microcontrollers, how many of them can be used specifically the Raspberry Pi as opposed to some other brand to facilitate partnerships with Gearbox? A little later, I'll show a couple of specific projects that give that example. We also visited STL on the same trip. STL's capabilities are a whole nother level up from what you see with Gearbox, but that was really important for us to see because it encourages us to dream more aggressively about what types of things really can be implemented and steer in that direction in the future. And so the third step is capacity building specifically for biomedical engineering in Africa. Our partners that we've spoken to have explained to us that biomedical engineering is a relatively new field in Africa. Many of the oldest programs are only about 15 years old, and the education has traditionally focused on preparing students to be the maintainers of medical devices in hospitals. And our partners are finding that those positions are now filling up, and they want other career opportunities for their students. And so we're helping them with bolstering their graduate programs in biomedical engineering, specifically with the idea of encouraging those students to become medical device innovators and entrepreneurs who would help to build an African-based medtech industry, breaking hopefully the reliance on imported medical devices from the global north and China. And so just yesterday, I got to visit one of our partners, which is the EAC Regional Center of Excellence for Biomedical Engineering, which is affiliated with University of Rwanda and is in Kigali. And this is an example of the type of thing I referred to on the previous slide as a hub that could be a focus of those partnerships, mobility within African institutions when we're able to expand that BCDI 2030 scholarship to, cross my fingers, the larger, more ambitious Stream 2 strategy. Okay. Lastly, a couple of example projects because it helps make it a little more concrete. One project that we're working on is a frugal device for quantitative PCR analysis. And so this is the technology that is used in particular for diagnosis of viral diseases and is also used a lot in fundamental molecular biology and biochemistry research. I flagged this project in particular because it came from our trip last year that I mentioned. We visited the biochemistry department at the University of Nairobi. They showed us their labs, very nice labs, lots of open concept, natural light and so forth, many fewer instruments on the benches than we're used to seeing at North American universities. One of my colleagues asked the chair of biochemistry at Nairobi, what one piece of technology do your labs not have that you wish you would have? And she said qPCR. And we're all medical imaging researchers that happen to be in the group, and so we didn't know a lot about qPCR, but we said, okay, well, think about it. And when we got home, we studied up on it a little bit, and it turns out that the fundamental technology is just basically optical imaging of fluorescence that's produced by binding a marker to DNA. And what's being shown in the top left here, that is an off-the-shelf, very new, been available for a year or two, photosensor that has 11 channels that cover the visible wavelength spectrum from 400 nanometers to a little past 700 in the near infrared. I can't show you, for intellectual property reasons, the complete concept, but the middle figure is a proof of concept. The green curve, the way qPCR works, if you're not familiar with it, is you have your specimen and you have your fluorescent marker, and it goes through repeated cycles of heating and cooling, and that amplifies the DNA that the fluorescent marker is searching for. And so the optical intensity from the fluorescence goes up as you amplify the DNA. And so it gives you a way to measure how much DNA was of a particular type was in the specimen. And so that's how it's used for a diagnostic. The black curve is a gold standard using one of our colleagues' commercial qPCR systems, cost $50,000 US. The green curve, and this is just our first pilot try, is the comparison measurement made with our Frugal device, which costs about $100 in components to build. And we have just submitted a grant to the Canadian Institutes of Health Research to fund further advancement of this project, and the colleagues from biochemistry and from physics at University of Nairobi are co-applicants on the grant, and we are hoping that preliminary result there will get us over the top. A couple more. The other thing that I am a little bit proud of as proof of progress is we've started delivering prototypes to collaborators, and so these are photos we took on our trip last year. On the left, we have my colleague Dr. David Holdsworth from Western, and he's with some students in the BME Design Cube makerspace at Makerere University. They are looking at a benchtop material tester device, that's the white thing in the foreground, which the engineers in the room will be familiar with an Instron. This is a benchtop version of an Instron that costs $150 instead of $50,000. It does static and cyclic loading, compression, bending to failure, and that sort of thing. And so the idea is, instead of having one Instron for the teaching labs in the entire engineering faculty, you could have a teaching lab where there was one of these on each bench, and all the students could use them in parallel. On the right, the woman in the photo is Dr. June Medete, who is the head of biomedical engineering at Kenyatta University, and her student next to her is holding a Frugal version of a device that's used to calibrate the phototherapy lights that are used to treat jaundice in newborn infants. And so that was developed by my colleague Joshua Pierce at Western. And Dr. Medete's lab, through a collaboration with, I think it's GZU in Germany, has clinical phototherapy lights and the much more expensive gold standard phototherapy calibration sensors that they're going to compare against. One thing I want you to notice from the last three examples that's changed our strategy from learning by doing. When we designed the program, we were thinking medical devices meant devices for diagnosis or devices for treatment. There is a huge unmet need for devices for education, devices for research, devices to help the hospital engineers service and calibrate medical devices. We think this is the low-hanging fruit that could be used to demonstrate proof of concept for deployment and commercialization before having to deal with the hurdles related to regulatory approvals of devices that are actually used in healthcare. And so a lot of our projects have drifted this way. This is my last slide, and sort of my plea for help. Those of you who are representing universities, we are interested in more collaborators, either in engineering or the sciences, who are interested in this concept of frugal medical technologies. We're also interested in healthcare researchers or healthcare providers who would be interested in helping with either needs identification or field testing of our devices. For those of you in bodies like the IUSEA, we're interested in help promoting the benefits of regional manufacturing and distributing specifically of medical devices to again break this dependence on imported devices. And we're interested in help building our network, particularly introducing us to entrepreneurs and government and funders, as well as universities who we haven't made connections with yet, but should have connections with. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, James. A very powerful presentation. I think he deserves another round of applause. We have moved from agribusiness innovations to co-development of frugal and sustainable biomedical devices, co-creation, co-development, of course, in collaboration with partners, they use less resources, I think I marked that, and benefit more people, and I believe certainly without reducing the quality. So, biomedical devices. And those who have worked with the health sector, my initial job, I was a senior hospital administrator in referral hospitals. This is something that is extremely very important. Some things have come up, and you have listened to the whole story. Actually, what challenged me was the challenges of co-creation, through academic processes, issues of intellectual property, delaying co-development, And so this can scare away industry from working with us in academia. Universities want processes, industry wants products very quickly. And I think we've got to look for ways of reconciling this so that we can be able to work together. He mentioned building things that matter. And I think this is in agreement with our first speaker, Professor Areho, who talked about research that actually matters. I believe you have some questions. I'm looking at the time, but we have some time to take one round of questions, and I will allow them an opportunity to respond to your questions, but also give us their summaries and their parting shots. So, I want to believe that somebody is with the microphone. Yeah, I can see two gentlemen. The question, when you raise the question, tell us who you are. Just briefly, your name, where you work, and the one to whom you are directing the question. James or Professor Areho. Thank you. Yeah?
Yes, I'm Olu Ojedokun, the Protestant University of Rwanda. Mine is a comment, and it's only going to take about 1.5 minutes. Yeah, sure. I'm not going to waste time. I think that with many universities, these things look like pie in the sky. But I think starting with the lecturer, you have to ask the question. For instance, I was speaking to one of my graduate students yesterday who is now a millionaire. And I have a couple of them who are millionaires, and they went through a program called entrepreneurship. They actually studied international relations and other courses, but each and every one of them must do entrepreneurship as part of it. And one of the things we built into the curriculum was that you must come up with a business plan in that course. And that business plan must be localized within your community. Think about the problems there, and you must present that business plan to your colleagues so that they can critique it. So there's a day when everybody presents that business plan, and the winners of it are linked to industry, where industry contributes to whatever products that they've come up with. And it worked because we produce millionaires. So we must ask questions in the university. Why are we studying this course? What's the output? What's the intention? Are we just doing theory? If we are doing entrepreneurship, is it just to come up with a theory? Are we going to come up with products? Are we going to come up with people who are self-sufficient, who can employ? So if we can start small like that, then I don't think it's going to be pie in the sky to come to the level that's been suggested here. But we as lecturers, and maybe even with EC, we need to look at some of the courses that we have, you understand? And maybe some courses need to be made general, you understand, like entrepreneurship, whether you're an engineer, whether you're a doctor, part of the curriculum, so that you would have that ability to innovate, ability to create, and ability to invent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very nice one. I think Professor Areho will speak to that. He may raise the question, can I be able to supply, if I'm a professor leading a business project, development of a business project, can I supply that product to the university, or there will be a conflict of interest cited, and so it will remain a paper tiger. But those are issues. Somebody else? Yes, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation. My question is addressed to Dr. James. I like the model of innovation at the university. My point, because you are presenting a very innovative concept whereby we have a low-cost equipment manufactured using a very innovative process. My point is, when you want to get the product to the market, you mentioned the issue of regulations. I understand since the biomedical equipment, it has to end up in a hospital. What is your experience in terms of product from lab or workshop to the hospital? That process, is it feasible? Because apparently your model can work to solve some of the biomedical engineering and equipment challenge we have in Africa. Low cost and innovative equipment. So how can you ensure that the upscaling, the mass production is done? Because we need an industrial partner at that point, I imagine. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Professor Chamanywa, Vice Chancellor, Uganda Martyrs University. Thank you for the very moving presentations, and either speaker can take on my question. And the question is, we are here as university leaders, and the public, private investors are also here. Now, at the systemic aspects, what have been the policy shifts that you've had to make in your universities or in your organization? What have been the differences in rewarding systems, say promotion of academics and so on, that you think have worked to enable you embed this new dynamic into the university workings? Because sometimes we come to these very good conferences and then you go back and you find a translation problem because the policy environment is not helping, the curriculum and other reward systems are not aligning with the new thought. So we would like to learn from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. I thought his question was to be about biomedical devices. He's a professor of medicine and I think particularly surgery, but he's an academic leader. So what policy shifts have supported your success? Another question? Yes, sir?
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Musa Lidida. I'm coming from Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I have two questions to Western University. First, thank you for the opportunity to welcome African institutions, to support the African institutions, especially in this biomedical field. I think it's a commendable job. I'm also happy we are receiving guests from University of Ontario next week in Nelson Mandela. My question is specifically, how do you make sure this co-creation is happening? For example, are you putting the design labs to the hospital, or are the hospital staff involved in the design labs? Specifically, and the supporting mechanism around that part. Number two, for this African-Canada relationship. For me, I'm more interested first in the solutions of which you are providing, but specifically in the building together that solutions. So as of course, we can use the frugal solutions, number one, but we need to participate in this. We need also capacity to participate in the solutions development. How do you support this mechanism? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm not seeing another hand, and that's, now there are two more hands, and I think I will take 2, 3 hands. Because the other speakers actually will not be moving far away from this topic. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you all the speakers for the presentation. I am Professor Zachary Senwo. I'm a professor at an institution, Alabama A&M in the United States. And originally from Cameroon, West Africa. What I've, through the years, in fact, been trying to work with institutions, especially in Africa, is that I don't see the connect. I've yet to see the connection between the policy people, maybe in the ministry, and the researchers themselves at the various universities. But my question here is, who funds African researchers? Are they heavily dependent on outside resources, or somebody, say maybe in Canada, has to come up with a grant, so that they can patch the African researcher along? then the question now becomes, where is the interest? Is that for the researcher in Canada or in the United States? Or they are helping to develop capacity and capabilities, say, in the African continent? Thank you.
Thank you very much. An interesting one that speaks partly to what Professor Ariho said about what you come with to the table, but they will answer. And also the coming speakers, the panelists will be speaking about a related subject, because some of them are from policy perspective and others from academia. There was another one.
Thank you very much. My name is Akinyi. I'm from the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. And thank you very much for the presentation. And my question is not very far from the previous speaker, but I just want to know if Western University has an innovation that is already in the market, and if so, was there a private partner who was involved, and how easy or how difficult was it to have that happen? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, similar question asked by Saste. And finally, I suppose.
Thank you for the presentations. Mine is going to be very brief. My name is Martin Ongol from Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. And my question goes to James. You mentioned about the use of frugal innovations, especially in diagnostics, therapeutics. But then you have also found out other uses, like for instance in calibration and other aspects. What I just want to ask, under everybody's lung was not okay. And basically, because it was developed in a city that is clean, and you know, with us, the dust and the farmers and the like, and how do we go further to adapt to that? Do we do some data mining and contextual analysis to come up with the frugal innovations? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ongol. Thank you very much, Dr. Ongol. I think a very nice question. Can we adapt to this technology? So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for those questions. And I think I'm going to allow the presenters to respond. I will begin with Professor Ariho. He can remain seated. Actually, there is a microphone right there. And we can respond. They can respond to your questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much once again. I think I'll use the opportunity to respond to one or two, three generally, not specifically on one. But I think the first is the issue to do with entrepreneurial universities and what kind of advantage or response that we think will help all of us. I'll give an example of actually the Bishop Stewart University, where Prof. John is from. We supported the establishment of an incubator hub, and it was initiated by the Department of Agrobusiness. But later, in 3 years, students from veterinary department, business department of law, started crossing to be part of the incubation program. And subsequently, that just kind of drive, where all students from medical department, veterinary department are now crossing, the university was able now to open up and say, look, this incubation hub should be able to work for all the students, regardless of which background. And now we see a graduate, I've seen a graduate from the same university, from the faculty of law, coming up with a product together with other students from the Department of Food Science. They have now a shop where they're selling yogurt. This man has got, is now on a job in the government, but he's a shareholder in business. Now, the product is on table, and it does not matter where it is coming from at the end of the day. And I think what society is looking for are solutions. So we'll end up getting the same graduates that are focused only on academic excellence, but they are not solution providers. Now, my brother, Prof. Patrick, talked about the interaction between the university leaders and also the policymakers. I'll give you my experience. 2010, to be specific, I joined AIN at African Union level, 2013. I used to get the least budget. Why? The entire board was not very sure of what our department was doing. They were still thinking, we talk about incubation, there are still people are talking about maybe incubating some poultry chicks from somewhere. I get in the board meeting and I'm talking alone. When it comes to budget, I'm given the list. Called Dr. Reese Clark. She's the incubator manager of Timberlake. And when I said, no, I'm going to resign, because there's no need to keep flying across the continent, and there is nothing to be seen moving. Since then, by 2016, the endorsement to the heads of state was clear that we now become a technical arm of the African Union. Where the vice chancellors sit alone, and the private sector members of parliament sit alone, like now, you will get to the university, get back, you cannot push anything. I can share experience until tomorrow. I'm here. I leave that. Now, influencing the research agenda. It is important because somebody is talking about, again, the connection, the demand, and innovations that are coming from the institution or the university. Where are they? I visited Columbia University, and I found that every Thursday, there is what we call a market day, where the entire community in US, they go to Columbia University, it's a market day. People are rushing to the university to buy products that are produced by the students cheaply. Now, it is easier to talk about financing innovations because the ecosystem feels the relevancy of the university. So we need to do the connection, and that is going to unlock resources. And we'll see the private sector putting in resources to be able to support the emerging innovations. The trick, we visited Hamako University in Finland, and they have a model what we call learn as you earn. And now the students from the university, they are exposed to come up with innovations and they are financed. By the time they graduate, they have got registered businesses, and they actually three are here. They are products of learn as you earn. I've seen Alex. Where is Alex? I've seen Alex from Rwanda and John and JB. Are they here in the audience? Maybe they have left. But these young people started in that way. Now they are CEOs. I've met them here. They are invited as CEOs of companies out of the same initiative. So you choose whether to go to the street with the envelopes looking for the jobs or to continue to run your business. And subsequently, you are helping the university to become relevant, and that unlocks all these resources within the ecosystem. So in short, I would say that I will summarize this with 3 R's. The first R, we need to be real. Let's get from a lot of theories which are not touching the base. We need to be real. The second is responsive research. Our research agenda should be aligned to the immediate needs. I know there is a future research, but society is demanding solutions now. And lastly is the results. So R plus R is equal to R. The results we expect tomorrow are determined by the decisions we're making today. Thank you.
Thank you. David, I see you are not noting, so I can help you to remember some of the questions.
Yes, I wasn't smart enough to bring my notebook up.
Okay.
So yes, I wanted to answer one for sure first and then prompt me on some other ones maybe. I wanted to respond to the question about how we make sure the projects are benefiting African researchers equally or more so than the researchers from the global north. And that question is wrong with other universities in the past. We understand it's incumbent on us to prove ourselves. The approach we've been using so far is all of our projects were developed first by we talked about what projects are you working on, where we both had some expertise that we thought was complementary with University of Nairobi, where it wouldn't have occurred to us at all to get involved in qPCR until you're right, there's a huge risk of going off the rails there if we're not intentional about it.
Thank you very much. I think this pretty much answers everything. And they have really given you their parting shots if you want. Professor Alex Aruho says 3 R's: get real, undertake responsive research, focus on results. David has said, how do you make all this happen? Issues of adapting technology to our own conditions, make connections. And in their case, they have made connections with my biomedical engineering academic leaders in Africa. So their devices already involve people within the African society, and therefore they can easily adapt to the conditions. I thank you, gentlemen. Join me to give them a big round of applause. They are here until tomorrow. So allow me to permit them to take their seats. Thank you. Another round of applause. Okay, thank you very much. We are doing very well. And we are entering the last part of our presentation this afternoon. And we are within time. Now, what is coming next is a panel session. We are still discussing the same theme, leveraging university research for industry and community transformation. And we are going to listen to a panel of experts, researchers, practitioners, community leaders. A number of them are here. I think there will be someone online. But let me introduce them, and I will be inviting them one by one. Let me start by inviting Dr. Raymond Ndikumana. Dr. Raymond Ndikumana is the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Strategic Planning and Administration, University of Rwanda. Please welcome Dr. Ndikumana. I exist because of God, even if my accent is not good, I know the meaning. And we have talked about policy rigidities within the universities, and he's from a university setting and from administration. I also want to invite Dr. Ehud Gachugu. Dr. Ehud Gachugu is the Deputy CEO, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, which is in Kenya. Please welcome Dr. Gachugu. This one is from the private sector, and we are talking about barriers within the private sector, expectations within the private sector. I will now welcome Dr. Lina Matthew, who is the Director, Science and Technology, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, South Sudan. Dr. Lina Matthew, most welcome. Again, talking about policy. Let me welcome Rose Nanyonga Clark. Professor Nanyonga Clark is the Vice Chancellor, Clark International University in Uganda, and previously has been introduced as the Vice Chair of Inter-University Council for East Africa. I should have been invited to hand over to him because I was the Vice Chair before her. Congratulations, Dr. Rose Clark. And allow me to invite an academic leader, Dr. Mucho Slivi. Dr. Sylvie Mucho is the Vice Chancellor at Rwanda Polytechnic. You are welcome. There's another seat right here. And those who have been involved with activities of AUSEA, you probably have met him, either physically or virtually. He has been very active, and he's the President, Research and Career Development Center, East Africa, and I'm sure he is online. So, our panelists are here. You and I have a couple of questions to ask the panelists, and we have some guiding questions also in our program. Those from industry may help us to concentrate on questions that speak to industry, and those from academia might concentrate on the questions that speak to academia, and then those from the communities. How can universities overcome collaboration barriers to address industry and community needs? But also, how actually can industry address these collaboration barriers? How can the community address these collaboration barriers? What are the key motivators to encourage industry to partner and invest in university research and development? What are the expectations? What are the motivations? And I know the previous presenters have alluded to some of these, touched on some of these. How can universities demonstrate their commitment to industry and community needs and build trust over the time? Challenges with universities have been mentioned because our outputs are as a completion rates of students. We want the students to complete. And so, some students actually concentrate on research that doesn't add much value because the product is the thesis or the dissertation. And as long as the methodology is clear, regardless of the, of the impact, this research might pass, and then we count outputs. And Professor Lo has been very clear. This is not going to take us anywhere. I think we need to speak the same language. So we have to come to a conversation. And what are the key sectors in East Africa where university research could have the greatest impact? So, I'm going to give them time to speak to these questions. And I will be challenging AUSEA Secretariat and the Executive Committee to ensure that actually there is research so that in the next 2 years when we meet again, we know from real data the extent of collaboration, the status of the collaboration, and the impact of this kind of collaboration in terms of research. I may not be doing what one CEO did. He had put up several committees to work on different tasks. And people got tired and they complained. They said, we are always involved in committee activities and we are not working. And he said, so in that case, let us set up another committee to investigate why people are not working because of various committees. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to start with Dr. Raymond Nikumana to speak to some of these questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francis. And I would want to speak on the first question on how universities can address some of these barriers to for industry and academia collaboration, but reflect a bit. This topic, if you look at the African continent, at least in the last 2 months, more than 17, at least the one that you can record, at this. So which means a more strategy. It's also about the industry. Take, for example, we always talk about industry absorbing our graduates. But when you look at it, sometimes that industry is not actually having the capacity to absorb all the graduate and their skills that they have. How do we also look at the supply and demand side at the same time? So that's something we definitely need to look at, how the universities can actually support the industry also to grow. Earlier in the morning, we talked about, or we heard about semiconductors. That is using qualified and educated people. But most of our industry in Africa, let's face it, they are not necessarily using the high-skilled people or half-skilled, if we want to agree on that, to go into those industries. So in that case, it's not just about challenge-driven. Of course, universities need to upgrade their education offering. We need to upgrade our research and make it, incentivize it. I don't want to repeat what the previous session has said, but definitely it's clear whatever is working need to be put in action, not just on conferences, not just in policy papers, but also actually change the culture of our students. Because in the staff, I always say culture, it's strategy for breakfast. So, and it's not me who said it, it's Peter Drucker many years ago. But what we see in universities, actually, B staff, B student are not incentivized. They are not even encouraged to partner with industry. How do we do that? Obviously, it will depend on how we finance, it will depend on how we evaluate our performance, but mostly, it's also coming together. If you look at in this forum, very few private sector are here. But if you would ask them, they will tell you actually. Last week we had a stakeholders workshop at the University of Rwanda, and then we invited the private sector, and they were telling us, yes, we want to collaborate with you, but we want very few things. It's not difficult. You have the best labs, open them for us. So we come in, we test some of our product. If it works, then it's a win-win, and then we also take your student. They were like, Then the second question, they were like, okay, at the moment in Rwanda, 3% of CSR, 3% of the profit can actually go to CSR. Ask the government, since you are the main public university in Rwanda, to increase it to 5%, and then they put condition to take your students. We'll gladly work with you. So what I'm saying here is that is what the university can do, improving education offering, proper research that are with community, and of course, action research is what we are doing, but what it is actually action. That's whatever works or whatever is a pilot be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very clear points, call for action, holistic approach to ensuring successful collaboration in research, address demand side and supply side questions, issues, and interests. Very important. Dr. Gachugu from Kenya, Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I want to go straight into responding to that question. But before I respond to that question, I need to put a little bit of some context. The Kenya Private Sector Alliance is the apex body of business membership organization in Kenya. And so what we do is to bring the private sector actors into one room under one umbrella so that we can be strategic in the way we engage with government, matters policy, but also national development. And one of the most important and pressing challenge for private sector in our country is not just creating the necessary workforce for its current industry, but also is to see how sustainably we can address social challenges that comes with sheer and significant unemployment for young people, productivity of industries, as well as the general economy. And as it has been well framed, the conversation about industry-academia linkage is not any longer new. And one of the things that we are now pushing is that even the fact that we always talk about the linkage, we need now to move away from the concept of linkage to the concept of integration, and thinking through what are the mechanisms of integrating academia to industry so that the language can be harmonized and can be similar and can be clear. One of the barriers that we continue to persist as we work in the many programs that we do with the academia is the communications barrier. And we cannot overemphasize how important it is to really break down what we mean when we step into industry and ask them we want to collaborate. Collaborate on what? What's the return on investment on the collaboration that you're seeking, And when we also come to the academia's private sector, what are we looking for? We are looking for ways in which we can be able to leverage on your capabilities, either to cut down costs, innovate faster, or expand innovations in our businesses. Period. I think we don't have even to overemphasize what kind of research, the level of research. It's a question of what problem are you helping us as businesses to solve, and what solutions are you bringing on the table so that then they're commercially viable for mutual outcomes. That's the first point. So just really rethinking deeply about the communication barriers that do really exist significantly as you work between the private sector and the academia. The second important barrier is something I have had us talking about here the whole day. Everyone coming here talk about the skills. But I want to tell you, industry is looking for talent. And so when we are busy skilling people, industry is busy looking for talents. So we talk about skill shortage, but industry is talking about talent shortage. What that means is that as we continue to engage with the industry, we need to start thinking about why is industry setting up training institutions in their own premises while there are numerous training facilities and institutions everywhere. And the question is that there's something really missing that requires some sort of finishing school. And when we double click on that, we start talking about we holistically building young people who are adaptable, who are resilient, who have global mindset, who have agility, who are able to solve complex problems that businesses are currently experiencing. Those are some of the key things that we should think about. And as we talk about the barrier and how we address them, then the question is how are we then working with the private sector to fully understand what they mean when they say this and what they are conceiving as the optimum solution to address the challenges they're facing. The third point, and this is extremely important, is that one of the things that we have continued to experience is the definition, definition problems. Who is a private sector? What is the private sector? And in Africa, we know that 90% of the private sector is what? We are researchers in this room. It's either SMEs, MSMEs, largely in the informal sector. But we continue to fight and to run for the top 10% of the corporates. Definitely, they create jobs at scale, they have enough resources to drive our research agenda, but there are significant problems and investable problems, even in other layers of the private sector. My third and my last point is about the issue of trust. The trust deficits do exist for sure. And unless we are intentional about what works and what doesn't work, and refine the cooperation frameworks between industry and academia, we still continue to experience significant trust deficits because private sector is always looking for quick ways of getting and solving problems. And of course, for us on the other side, we have to start asking ourselves, how does that actually work for me in terms of my next promotion, and in terms of probably the feasibility of the institution, and many other things that are internal to the structural organization of universities and academic institutions. And as such, if you think about some of the things that, for example, I want to give you an example of some of the programs that we're running, where we are saying, look, we understand what technology is going to do across different industries, and we work closely with the universities to be able to bring cutting-edge solutions on some of the challenges that help in accelerating the adoption and understanding of what the technology can do for them. So if, for example, one of a program that you're working with Microsoft, which is a very nuanced program, is looking at artificial intelligence for academic institutions and how we can be able to blend that with what is really required in the industry. And we talked about the right level technology, the right fit about what is really happening. Of course, some of these things are 20 years ahead of the time. Good, great, but we also have to think about solving the current problem. And so trust has to be there, and we must actually be able to figure out how do we then shift the quantum from this low level of trust deficits between industry and academia.
Wow, thank you. Thank you very much. Very important points from somebody from the private sector. The biggest one is return on investment of the collaboration. And I think somebody talked about it. What are we going to benefit from this collaboration? And of course, there are communication barriers between private sector, industry, even communities actually, and the university. Issues of talent versus skill. Universities are emphasizing skills. Private sector and industry are looking for talent. Very important, and then issues of trust. I'm going to turn to Dr. Lina Matthew, who is the Director of Science and Technology, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology in South Sudan, to speak to the questions. There are issues of policy and a number of other issues. Dr. Matthew.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a great opportunity for me, and I'm also humbled to be part of this plenary session. And I'm wearing so many caps as a university assistant professor, at the same time as an innovator, and right now at the same time as a part of the policy maker. So my point will be cutting across so that we all benefit from the knowledge that we all had. So we understand that there are barriers, all right? Barriers need to be addressed. Barriers, collaboration barriers between industry and community needs. So for us to address the barriers, we need to list down some points to talk about. So from the dimension of the ministry side, I think each and every partner need to develop a policy document, all right, that strengthen university and industry partnership. So because the policy document here of framework will now be an enabling ground for the universities and the industry and the community to play their roles effectively. For example, establishing MOU, the university can establish MOU with the industry, all right, that addresses the community issues. So when that MOU is addressed, I think that one will also build trust between the two, the industry and the universities, right? And again, could be another point is to have a joint research, right? A joint research between the universities, all right, industry, all right, and also community, okay, or the two, or the stakeholders joint research projects that can address community needs. Meaning, so what are the needs? What are the community needs? And also what are the industrial needs? The university must know this, right? And again, we can also bridge the gap of collaboration by encouraging faculty exchange, all right, programs to enhance knowledge transfer. This is very important. Exchange between students or innovators, all right, with the industry and also around the region. Because when you exchange, you actually share experiences, different experiences. Then at the end of the day, you find yourself bridging the gap, all right, bridging the barriers of collaboration between the universities and the industry, okay, university, industry, and the community. Now, point number 2 is enhancing communication and engagement. How will we do that, right? The policymakers need to come up with the point of, for example, I don't know whether we have it in our universities. Somebody can help me whether you have it at your universities. So advisory body, for example, industry advisory board to guide curriculum development and research priorities. Do we have that one in our universities? If that board is there, the board is composed between the university and also the industry and developing a new curricula, all right? I'm very sure the curriculum we have right now at our universities, some, not all, some already outdated, is a theory base. But now when you involve the industry, right, and you will exactly know the needs of the industry, that addresses the what? The community problems. This one, the barrier, the collaboration barrier also can be bridged, right? And also, encouraging regular forums like this. For example, a forum like this will inform all the stakeholders because we are here from different entities, all right? And all of us will leave this, this country or this forum well informed, right? And also well collaborated and networking, all right? So around discussion, also network events to foster dialogue between the universities and the industry, okay? And also, we can use digital transformation, right? And to foster the collaboration between the universities and the industry to address community issues. Another point is about aligning research with real-world challenges, all right? What are the challenges that we have in our communities, all right? Okay, with our universities, do we really teach students applied research? Or we just produce graduates? Somebody has already, a former speaker has already mentioned that, all right? That most of our universities produce graduates instead of producing innovators, all right? So when the policy is there, guiding that, giving enabling grant, meaning all the universities will align with the available policy of the country or of high learning institution, okay? So another point is developing flexible and industry level relevant curricula. This one, all right, I had already mentioned that one, but we bring together the industry experts, all right, in course design, all right, in course designing. For example, when we are designing a course, all right, we need to bring industry experts so that we also address their needs, all right, and the needs, and the trending needs, right? Another point is improving policy and administrative support. Meaning, here, with some other countries, I don't know, but with our country, things to do with funding researches is a bit not really coming up very well. But for this barrier to be bridged between the collaboration sorry, between the universities and the universities, industry, and the community. So jointly, the government need to offer some grants, all right? And the industry also need to offer some grants. They all work together so that they own the IP, all right? They own the intellectual IP or the findings. They all own it and use it. Another point is building trust, all right? And long-term relationship. How can we do that, all right? Meaning the universities must be transparent, all right, with the industry, all right, and protect intellectual property rights. For example, when you have students or innovators or industry, you brought them at the universities, you must be very transparent about the policy, all right, about how you do the stuffs. So when for example, your research become a breakthrough, right, who will pertain, all right, the breakthrough? So the policy has to be there very clear. How many percent goes to the university? What percent goes to the industry and the community? How will the community also benefit from that? The researchers. So I would like to just share a bit of experience, how I was brought up. I became today I am because of one of the projects of Biotrack that has developed me, because whatever I learned was a practical or applied science, all right? And the project was having a collaboration between the university and the industry. And the project also developed, it's a center of excellence actually, and the founder is also here. Engineer Anka is here, and I'm one of the, she's there. I'm one of the beneficiaries of the Center of Excellence at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. And this is a real example, and I'm right now seated here.
Engage. So from policy to practice. There can be policies to require MOUs between industry and universities. But if you are not actually engaging and working together, the MOUs will just remain paper tigers. She talked about forming university advisory boards. And I have a personal experience with this. It is very, very effective. Years back, I was the Dean of Faculty of Health Sciences, and we needed resources. We were stuck as a faculty, and I formed a faculty advisory board with people from industry, from private sector, from academia. And you can't believe how, an amount of resources we were actually able to access through connection by one of the members of the faculty advisory board. And when I became a VC 8 years ago, I didn't delay. I immediately formed the university advisory board, and it did just the same. Now I'm in a new place and I have not yet formed one. You can be sure it will be there. So you said it once, I heard you twice. Now let me turn to Dr. Professor Rose Nanyonga Clark to make your submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mugisha. Good afternoon, everyone. If I'm reading the room, we all want tea at this point. Thank you very much. I'm going to use the case study of Clark International University to articulate not just some barriers, but also what we did to overcome some of them. Because I think that many vice chancellors probably, are looking for practical examples of how they can implement some of these strategies. There are a lot of strategies that have been articulated today already with our keynotes and so on and so forth. So my university was health sciences, purely health sciences for so many years. So we were small and young, and about the 12th year, the university decided to establish a school of business and applied technology. And I'm a vice chancellor from a clinical background. So I absolutely had no idea what to do establishing a business school and an applied technology at that. So we started with the basics, and some of these are things that Professor Ariho and Professor James have talked about, creating opportunities for bonding. For me to create opportunities for bonding with the private sector so that they are partners in the co-creation of our curriculum, we needed a budget. And typically, that's not a budget that is included in your usual university budget. So that was my first hurdle. I had to be able to go and justify getting a budget to create these opportunities for bonding. And of course, I wasn't inviting the partners to the university. I had to take them to some fancy places, like I said. They would have been first bored if they had come to my office at Clark International University. So, you know, hotel rooms, very high executive meetings, and so on, these breakfasts. And I want to tell you that in my first meeting, one of the things that came up was network competencies. My clinical faculty are coming from a background where, you know, we didn't have to do this. First of all, our curriculum usually embeds partnerships at the clinical level. We had industry partners. We had many MOUs that allowed our students to go into the clinical setting. This was a new area, a new culture. And I realized in that first meeting that we needed to brush up on our network competencies. The private providers and partners that we invited spoke a language we didn't understand. And you were in the room when Professor James was talking about biomedical technologies, and he pretty much was speaking a foreign language to many of us. I don't know about you, but if you're not from a clinical background, all the things that he was talking about, you probably need to have a deeper conversation with him, not once, but several times to try and understand the language he was speaking. So that first meeting, I went away thinking we had one thing, a good breakfast, and nothing else. So I had to lobby to pay for more breakfasts until we were able to actually begin the process of co-creating. So once we went beyond the language issue, as my colleague was talking about, and the cultural differences, we expressed our needs for them to be co-creators of our curriculum. We produced a very good document that we were both happy about. The university was happy about the curriculum, the industry partners were happy about the curriculum. Then we encountered our next barrier. We have to send this curriculum to a regulatory assessor. And our document came back to us with so many reds written all over it because it did not align with the established regulatory framework for a curriculum development. The nomenclature was wrong. I mean, these were words that, you know, the industry partners were really excited about. So now I was facing two challenges. One was a reflection. I should have had a partner at the table from the regulatory side, because if you are doing curriculum reform, they probably need to be at the table. So you learn as you go along. And then the second issue was having to go back to my partners, industry partners, to tell them that what we had produced was not adequate. And these things do happen. And so we had to do that. And luckily, we had established a clear partnership framework that included them. One of the things that was challenged in that curriculum was that we had named a lot of professors of practice to be part of the lecturers that would teach that curriculum. Now, most of the time, your professors of practice, businessmen, do not have the requisite qualifications that academia is actually looking for. So then you are continuing to perpetuate this idea that universities are too theoretical. Well, if we don't want them to be too theoretical, we need to bring the practitioners into the room. So we had to be able to fight that as well. Now, the next issue for me became the institutional strategy. If we are going to revamp and reform and allow professors of practice into the room, our strategic plan needed to reflect that with the clear work plans and budget commitments that would support that. And we also wanted to start an innovation hub. And so that was my next layer of advocacy, of making our partners come into the room to convince my council. Now, Professor Riho, universities don't have a lot of money to fly their councils into places where you want them to go. I do agree that that is probably, what we need to do more of. But, you can be creative in taking people away from the university into spaces that allow them to think for the university, but also to have some openness about those new ideas. So, and then the last issue really was establishing rewards and incentives. One of the things that has been happening in my university is I have all these specialists who do consultancies, and most of the time, they would take those consultancies away from the university because the university didn't have a clear IP framework, a clear policy framework to enable them to actually stay and to feel that they would be able to share in the majority of the money that they are making. And so we had to work towards establishing that as well. And of course, socializing and sensitizing people to the presence of that. So I think that, to your point, Professor, when you say, why are we having this conversation again? I think that part of the reason we are having this conversation again is that in practical sense, it is difficult for universities to implement some of these strategies. And maybe we need to hear a little more about success stories of how it is actually done and begin to write about that and begin to make the conference about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are looking at the time and I'm going to go straight to the next one. She talked about the need to reconcile onboarding professors of practice with higher education and academic requirements needed by regulators. The need to develop our networking competencies and the issue of leaving no stakeholder behind. Because if you leave behind the regulators, they will come and water down every other thing that you have agreed upon with industry and the private sector. Great lessons. Now, not even last year, we also have Dr. Yves Ndaikunda, and as she speaks, I want those who are preparing to get ready to bring Dr. Ndaikunda, who is already there. Dr. Ndaikunda, if you don't mind, I'll give a few minutes to Dr. Sylvie Mucho, and then we'll get to you. You look very smart as usual. Pleasure looking at you on the screen. Dr. Mucho.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to share our experiences as well. Rwanda Polytechnic is a young institution. Now we are making 7 years since its establishment. And I want to talk about our experience as well. It's almost similar to what she just shared. So we've been struggling a lot to really work with industry. And as you know, with our mission or our mandate of developing skills for the industry mainly, this was a big challenge. How do we secure good internships? How do we make sure that our students are competent and they are attractive to the industry? And the industry is mainly, yes, interested in talent, in skilled workforce, but at the same time is interested in a polytechnic that can solve, their technological challenges or other challenges. Change a lot in policy. So our internal policy, we're not allowing that collaboration, and we're not also allowing to invest, to put a budget to that. So we had to establish a policy, which we call dual practice policy, but at the same time, allowing, the industry contribution to our curriculum development and design, but also allowing the industry to train our students either at a campus or in the industry. And at the same time, so we had also to be interesting for them, and also listen to them. And this required a lot of investment in relationship building. So we had to do a lot of visits. We had to visit, to listen, and instead of asking them, also of asking them to receive our students or to collaborate with them, but also asking them, what do you need from us? What can we do for you? And this had changed completely our way of looking at things. So we really developed in career support and career development of our students so that they are attractive, they are to this industry, so that we build trust between us, with the industry. Okay, these people, the institution actually is listening, is also solving some of the challenges that we are having with this workforce. So we invested a lot in career support and other skills, soft skills, and this had changed the perception of the industry towards the polytechnic. And another part is resource sharing. I think Raymond mentioned that, but once we started sharing the resources, we have facilities, some workshops where some industries do not have those facilities. So we say, okay, you train our students, or we come and bring our students to learn on these aspects, and you can also utilize our facility for a discounted price. So for them, it's a win-win situation, and also inviting them to visit us, opening them to come and visit our facilities, what we can do, and the expertise we have. So in that dual practice policy, we also allow our staff to go and work in strategic areas. It's not in all areas. So in some strategic areas where we think they have the potential for economic development, but also where we see the industry is growing. So here we invest in our staff going there and spending time, maximum is 1 month, working with them, and thereby they exchange on some challenges and solutions, which at the same time, these staff come and work on these innovations. So you spark that interest with them. And another part which we are looking at and which we started doing is on the resource sharing is also, universities have big campuses. And sometimes they have land that the private sector can utilize, can invest in, and it can be that resource or that facility can serve training, can also serve research and innovation. But the facility is being operated by this private company. At the same time, you can offer land, or you can mobilize funding to establish that facility where this private company can utilize, and at the same time serve those research collaboration. So I wanted also to talk about collaboration, local university collaboration. This is still a challenge. Let us be honest, we don't collaborate much in our countries with each other. So you might develop expertise in some area, and another university within the same environment can develop expertise in another area, which at the same time you can have those interdisciplinary collaboration. You can leverage on the infrastructure that you have, and the private sector can collaborate, both of you, to solve one challenge in the society or for the industry. But this is not happening that much, and let's be honest. University they establish a niche or some niche of expertise, and we don't really leverage on those aspects much. And I think they can really solve these collaborative challenges that we are having with the industry, as you cannot develop everything in all areas, and we need to do that more. And I think they can really solve these research aspects and investment aspects. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very, very much. Dr. Mucho has shared her rich experience working with real practice policy, especially for students. She's a VC of a polytechnic, and I think it's the way to go. If you are running a polytechnic, you have to work. It's applied education. And a challenging thing, sharing resources with the industry, including land. I think that's quite interesting. I want to turn to our very last speaker, and then we can have questions. And this is none other than Professor Yves Ndayikunda, whom I've been waiting for. He's right there on the screen. Dr. Ndayikunda, you're most welcome.
issues. The one that we are training today respond to tomorrow's issues as well, because market we always anticipate, and uncertainty for market, it doesn't have a place. So we need to train not only for today, but also for tomorrow. So without saying much, because everything has been said, we will be looking for you very soon, contacting you to collaborate with our research center to ensure that this idea of IUSEA, to put together key allies, not stakeholders, allies, because we are real allies, to ensure that we can respond to real issues in terms of economy, social, and technology. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Ndaikunda, for those very thought-provoking comments that you made. Stop confusing industry with different products that have even studied the same thing. You know, sort of different fruits from the same tree, some ready for consumption, others raw, others even poisonous. Now, that's another thing. Universities need to review several things, but the biggest message was that industry and university and private sector must cooperate. We don't have any other option if either sector is going to survive. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them another round of applause, and then we will entertain some questions. Someone help me to move around with microphones, and we'll start right here with Engineer Anki, who has been quoted several times. She's not sharing her experiences because there are very many. She has been quoted by almost every presenter. She's making a comment or asking a short question, because we want to have short questions all through so that we can be able to answer them. I can look at the time. Our time is fast spent. Engineer Anki, you are here. And by the way, thank you very much for impactful innovations.
Thank you very much. Presenters. Oh, the camera is looking on my back. We go here. Yeah. Yes. Policy, finance, ideas all need to be together. Engagement with private sector is a science itself. I have 22 years in Uganda bringing them together, and tomorrow I will make some ideas. Important one, private sector have needs, university have needs. We need a mechanism to bring the two together, and this can be by having innovation incubation hubs at the university. And very important, they should have their own finance system, because the public procurement system aligned with PPP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Someone else? Wow, nice one. Your name and then your question.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Professor Agnes Babugora. I'm from Kabale University, in the Faculty of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, but also serving as the Deputy Chief for the Directorate of Research and Grants. I'm glad that you have talked about the issue of research as well. And this event is really timely for me, because I have the task of developing a new research agenda at Kabale University. So I have actually taken on a lot of information and knowledge that is food for thought. So thank you so much for that input. And I hope that I will follow some of you to actually review the research agenda and actually give me some input. So when I come looking for you, please don't run away from me. I'm begging you. Yes. What I've noted also in universities, we have the issue of the theoretical academics. So when you have somebody supervising a research student who is very theoretical, that student also becomes theoretical. So I think, and I've been battling with this issue because I'm a very practical person, And I think we need to have some kind of engagement and conversation with academics to maybe look at how we can change mindsets. Because the mindset right now, because they've been in the field for so long and they are set in their ways, and encouraging them to be practical has been a challenge. And I know because I've experienced it. So I think it would be nice if we have engagements like this, maybe to also host something for academics so that we can maybe build some capacity, maybe engage with them on where we are going in the future with the new technologies and how we can be more practical to ensure that our research is aligned with solving problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's get someone else. These are useful comments, not necessarily questions, but the issue of retooling. Are we even capable of giving the right skills? They say, nemo dat, code non habet. You cannot give what you don't have. Yes, another question.
Yes, my name is Jane Ambuko. I'm from the University of Nairobi in Kenya. My question goes to Eliud, Dr. Gashugu from KEPSA. So I think from your presentation, we understand that the private sector needs solutions now. And we know research is a bit slow. Like the professor who spoke before, he said, we want accurate findings. So when you come to me as a researcher, I may not be the one to do the research. We do our research through our students as we mentor them, build their capacity. So my question is, how do we bridge the gap? Because you want quick solutions. I'll call it quick fix. We want evidence that we can defend. So we need to, I will give a practical example for myself. I'm in horticulture. So I work a lot. I always attend the events of the horticulture industry people. So I get to understand their issues. And I challenge them, let us co-create a solution. And one example, we started together to come up with a protocol that they needed. And I engaged a student, a graduate student, because the student had to do the research and get data for his thesis. But the industry moved on, and they left us still doing research. Yet we started creating the solution together, but they were not patient to wait for the solution. They moved on, and they abandoned me with my student. So how do we ensure that it's not a quick fix, but because we're researchers, we must also do research that we can publish.
Thank you very much. Wow, nice one. They will respond to that. Next one, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Nathan Taremwa from the University of Rwanda. I'm happy with the insights and all the very wonderful comments from the panelists, but I want specifically to comment on the one from DVC, Dr. Raymond, where he said that some industry partners have expressed interest that we open our laboratories for them. Many of them, indeed, must have come to you as DVC, but they also come to us in colleges. They have the same demand, and we ask them, why do you need this? But it's not only the laboratories. They demand many things, and we have come to realize if we want success, we must accept their demands. They are very realistic, they are genuine, and there is a lot to benefit. In the same line, I want to give experience with what VC of RP, Dr. Sylvie has just said, where they also come to say, please, let's come and work from your campus. I have had, over the last 6 months, I have had a chance to benchmark in different countries on this industry-university partnership. And I caught the places, the institutions I have visited in Kenya and those in Germany. My recent one in Germany is where we visited a university that availed their campus, invited industry partners, especially agribusiness firms. They come, establish workshops for agricultural engineering. They bring their tractors and many other sophisticated machines on the campus. Students, academic staff, researchers, they just come, learn from there, and with that synergetic work, the university has benefited a lot, university community and the industry. They even bring people to come and buy from there. So I hope if we open up our campuses, there is a lot to benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There is someone right behind, and we are moving like that. Oh, there's one near you, then those two behind, and this one. And I think we'll stop there. Start with somebody near you there.
Yes, thank you very much. I am Baguma Abdallah. I am from Rwanda, the African Leadership University. I am mainly in equality assurance, actually. So I was trying to link through everything, and my initial observation is that to a certain extent, academic programs may actually fulfill the expected learning outcomes. But the entire ecosystem of implementation. I want to give one example here. In Rwanda, there was a project, I think the University of Rwanda, you were a part of it, RIP, a World Bank project, a priority skills for growth. The approach to design included, of course, industry, but also having academic staff undertaking some training in specific industries for a certain period. I think DVC, you remember that. So I don't know if it is still ongoing. Now, in relation to that, my next input is, I think it's better we come up with data, with best practices. Okay, so that even after here, maybe there is a portal where we can go and, and get best what is being implemented, so where and even what is working. Then, also as a follow-up, as we had in the morning, if we go by rotational basis, the next forum like this will be after how many? Well, it will be after 2 years, but somewhere else. After this forum, is it possible, based on these sessions, to come up with some specific next actions that may be implemented, followed up, leading to the next forum after 2 years? Why am I saying that? And this is my final reflection. There's one we were in Arusha, and one professor from Rwanda, actually, she told me, Abdallah, when we are in this, it feels like we're in the church and we are and the spirits are high. But when we go back to our business, as usual, then we engage with the realities. So my humble suggestion is, leading to the 2 years, let us come up with actionable next steps, and these actually can be hosted in each member state. And then that forum of 2 years, let it be where it should be hosted next.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are going to move very fast. I'm told they are online participants. So if you are online and you have questions, please text those questions so we can be able to, somebody would be able to read them and they can be or you can also raise your hand online and we can see you and take your question. I was worried that Professor Roy was coming to say that we are running short of time, which is also another fact. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Dr. David Ngatia from University of Kabianga, Kenya, but currently here under the Inter-University Council for East Africa Staff Mobility Program I'm at UERCA. Kigali Independent University. So thank you for the opportunity that you've given me to be here right now. My question, I want to thank the panelists, and I also want to say that I've really liked the comments that have been made about how we can involve the industry by making our curriculum in the university. But that one is isolated cases. It is difficult for most universities because of lack of finances and lack of fund and lack of even government funding to the public universities. So I don't know what practical steps we can have. And also, to add on that, we know the students we are getting in the university, they are coming from the basic education level. And the curriculum from right at that stage is very important to make the people that we may want to have as graduates from the university. So I don't know how the industry, the private-public partnership, how can it work so that they can be involved even from the right stage of curriculum development at that stage, because those talent, they begin there at the lower stage. So how do we have it? And even at the university, what are the practical steps that we can try to discuss and have in offer so that we can have some uniformity, kind of, so that we can inform the countries of the region that we need to push on this so that we can have the industry on board in curriculum development stages so that everywhere we can have them on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we move down to those two gentlemen, the other side. They didn't ask questions before. Just move down to your left. There are two gentlemen who have not asked before, even in the previous sessions. So
yeah, okay, thank you very much.
I give them.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm not going to talk too much.
Just make your point.
My point is,
so we can be able to finish. Yeah.
I was just looking at the title of the conference. I just want to make a suggestion for next, maybe for the 14th, at Diasporas, African Diaspora Partnership Forum. That's, like the 14th Academia Public Private Diaspora African Partnership Forum. That's my first suggestion. My other suggestion is, for all my years in the US in academia, I talk, and based on my travels around the world, I've come to one conclusion that I think there's no partnership development between the academia in Africa and the Africans in the diaspora. I mean, there's no institution in the US, research institution, that you don't have an African in many leadership positions and in research. For example, I was the Associate Dean for Research for 5 years at my university, controlling over $10 million US. And that was just geared towards research within our university agriculture program. But just putting this in context, that when you develop things like, don't forget that you have a brain pool of researchers and scientists addressing what we are talking here today.
Thank you.
The diaspora.
Thank you very much. We have brothers there, but also resources. They control resources. I think that's point taken by the Secretariat. Okay. Next one, please. Very brief.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Habimana Jean-Felix. I work as Assistant Researcher and Directorate of Research and Community Health at the Rudi Higher Institute of Health, which is a private Catholic affiliated higher learning institution that we train health professionals, especially nurses and midwives, at the advanced diploma and the bachelor, of course. I really want to thank the organizers of this event and inviting us to come for sharing and understanding the current trend, how our curriculum are impacting to the industrial. So my point goes to the Prof. Feroz Clark Nanyonga, Vice Chancellor from Clark International University, Uganda. My point is, have been interested so much impressed on how you started as with a clinical background in that university. Then later you decided to call upon other fields like applied science and business schools. Only before joining this, I would like to ask you about the strategies when you still as health sciences. How did you manage to progress to use the MOU that you signed with different industries? I think for health sciences, when we say industries, maybe you are talking about the hospitals that a student. Yeah, I would like really to understand clearly. I've been interested so much on how you moved from that step as a small high-running institution, then you become high. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I think Dr. Clark will respond, but she's still here. Some of the stories are quite long and you can engage also after here. For my detailed step-by-step process, I don't think we'll have time to explain, to exhaust everything. Very good question. I have my last one there, and then I will come to Professor Rai.
Thank you very much. Mine is a comment. My name is Marcos Migeri from Strathmore University. Picking from the keynote address in the morning, one of the key areas that was pointed out is training students to be job creators, which now aligns with our theme, fostering innovation and entrepreneurship. However, you find that most of the KPIs for most universities run around maybe how many students graduate, how many research papers are published. Have we looked deep and decided that now, since we are training job creators, how many of our students have become business people? And then go further and see to what extent have we as a university or a polytechnic supported our students to start their own businesses. Because when you look at some of the advanced countries, some of these people, the Steve Jobs of this world, the Bill Gates of this world, they start their businesses in their 18s, 19, 20s. But a typical African young man, how many 20-year-olds are we supporting to start their own businesses? And to what extent can we support them? We know capital is one of the problems. We as universities have to marshal our research and our networks to build pools of money that we can do what is called business incubation in our own universities and polytechnics. So that if that first-year student has an idea, the first person to fund that student has to be the university. Give them some seed capital. Then we know some of them will fail, but the ones that succeed are the ones that will go a long way into enhancing this space and creating jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So bring the microphone here. How many students are successful innovators and entrepreneurs? Somebody bring the microphone to Professor Rai. This side, please. And we give startup capital. I learned something from Kepler College, and I wish there was somebody here from Kepler College which is doing something in that line. Professor Rai.
There's another question here. Chair, I didn't capture it very well, but I think it's imperative maybe we ask. It's a very simple question.
Sure.
I think one of the things we may want to pay attention here is that we are from academia, we are also from industry, but also from public sector. And what I see is when our colleagues from academia are exchanging or sharing the experiences, we learn. We do learn how, in practice, things are done in different parts of the universities. I was thinking, and I think reflecting, I said, okay, even better, I think we need to listen very carefully from the other side what they are saying, because that's why we are here for. If we are in academia, let's listen what do the industry say? What is it that they're expecting from us? The same for the few people from the industry who are here, please listen to us as well. Because the objective is to find a common ground, a common voice, and a common direction. So I was listening very careful to Gachugu. Gachugu? I almost said Gachagua, but... and it made me... So thank you very much, by the way, all the panelists for a very important contribution. But Kajuga was listening to you extremely carefully, and you said a few things that made me think and ask myself questions. And this is what he said. He said, the industry, in two different sentences, but I connected together. The industry is looking for talents. The industry is looking for talent that is capable of solving complex problems. The industry is looking for talents that is capable of solving complex problems. This is a very interesting statement. What are complex problems? Are we teaching our graduates, our students today to solve, to address complex problems? What are complex problems? So I'll just read it. I suggest we as academia, let's go and do further research on this. But complex problems are characterized by numerous interconnected variables, multiple stakeholders, with often conflicting interests. Complex problems involves multiple disciplines or requires multiple disciplines to solve it. How are our curricula today? Are they transdisciplinary? How are they? Or they are fixed into one discipline? Right? So the one question I have is, the other question I have is, what are the attributes? And this is for industry. What are the soft skills? Because we don't touch about technical skills here. Technical skills could be many. If you're designing a robot, you'll need discipline for mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, electronics engineering, machine learning, AI, you name it. Software engineering, all those disciplines together. And that's not just like also autonomous cars, autonomous vehicles. You need all those technologies together. That's a complex problem. But I asked the industry, what are the soft skills? What are the attributes of a graduate who is capable of solving complex problems? The soft skills. What are they? I think this is important. This is what we can impart to our graduate. The soft skills, what are they? Technical skills will come. And you can't teach engineering and medicine at the same time. Of course, that's too much. But I think the soft skills are important. What are they? I think you can help us. What are the critical soft skills that enable a graduate to solve complex problems? That's one. But two, for us, academia, now we are given a challenge. How can we cultivate talents that are capable of solving complex problems? And if you search in any platform, either AI, whatever, they will tell you one of these terms: interdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, but I like transdisciplinary, where the boundaries are not considered. If you want to train, you don't really look at the traditional boundaries of disciplines. That's called transdisciplinary. And that is a very new notion in shift in higher education nowadays. If we'll be successful, maybe we'll have a conference about transdisciplinary education this summer in your annual conference. You will also see micro-credential for lifelong learning. These two concepts are new. And I think I'll leave it here with my friends academics. Please, let's reflect on these two terminologies. Yeah? Transdisciplinary education, do we do it? Of course, you'll see problem solving, project-based learning. These are all combined and encompassed together. Of course, teamwork is required. Of course, I don't want to respond to that question. But I think we need to reflect on what the industry needs and try to see how we can implement that within our own academic institution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Then Engineer Githinji.
There's a, yeah.
You have a question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Dr. Githinji here. I have a short question, but a bit complex. It has to do with intellectual property. Some of the barriers that the commercial space has with interacting with different stakeholders, including academics, is the question of intellectual property protection. And so, for instance, in our manufacturing process, we have very complex processes that we use to add value to the products that we have. And bringing in academics and bringing in interns and bringing in these interactions with the universities and other higher learning institutions brings a question of exposure of intellectual property. So that is somewhat a barrier. But secondly, in research and development and innovation comes the question that I've been asked many times, which has to do with, well, who owns the intellectual property that is developed as a result of cooperative R&D? So from the academic side, it would be interesting for me to hear your views on IP. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's clap for those who raised the questions and those who didn't raise questions, but wanted to raise them because of time. We couldn't take everything. Now, I'm going to go around. You don't have to answer all the questions. Quite a number of them are, in fact, comments. And we also agree that after here, we're going to keep engaging. I'll start from this side. If there's a question to answer, to speak to very quickly, you can do so, and then give your parting shot. Dr. Mucho.
Thank you. I will answer on how do we support students to create businesses, at least nurturing those innovative ideas when they are still at school, and then how they graduate with that. Recently, we've started with another way of doing things. So currently, since their establishment, our colleges have the incubation spaces or innovation hubs where our students have, we offer basic facilities mainly, but also open up also our facilities to develop, their prototypes and offer small seed funding just to buy consumables if they want to have to develop something. So some get to succeed and actually have their startup companies created just after graduation. But recently we've changed, we added more on the model. And so in their first year, when they come, we just want to have a mindset shift where students have to think as problem solvers. So they pass through a training program where those soft skills, critical skills are delivered, but they train on them to develop those skills by working in teams, goal setting, thinking about issues and how they can be solved, and other communication skills and other digital skills as well, because most of them come, without, even basic digital skills. So they start their first year with that kind of mindset, and some start developing ideas because they live in communities where they're coming from. Many come from rural areas, and they have their ideas. And so we opened up their first year students also to onboard them in the incubation spaces. And after their graduation, we follow up those startup. And tracer survey is very important, especially looking at the occupation. Sometimes we say employment rate, but we don't even segment those occupations who are employed and who are employers and who are freelancers as well, because this is also something. So we've been able to capture that and also learn from the challenges that they are having, and again be able to to bring back the support. So I would say we are not really at very high development, but we are learning and see how we can support them more. And some of the challenges is entrepreneurship thinking and marketing strategy, where we've seen that they're struggling much, and also understanding regulations and standardization. So what we learned from that process is that we engage with the regulatory bodies to support them while they are still at incubation space, to see what are the standards and what are the regulations that they can follow up when they graduate or when they graduate from the incubation. So that's what I can say for them.
Thank you very much. Professor Rose Clark Nanyonga, if you have a question to answer or you are parting short, we are going to keep it short.
Thank you. I think I can elaborate a little more about our process when I see you later. The Innovation Hub we first set up before the business school catered towards industry partnerships for the health sciences. So we did have, beyond the hospital setting, those partners. And I'm happy to explain a little more how we navigated that space. I wanted to talk about the issue of policy and strategic planning. One of the things that have worked for us particularly to secure the budgets to support industry partnerships was we made industry partnership an independent goal in our strategic plan, with a specific work plan, with a specific budget. Before that, we had industry partnership as some addendum embedded under different objectives, and we were not able either to measure process or qualitatively or quantitatively what we were achieving there. But once we made it an independent item that the council endorsed with the budget, we really made some inroads. We were able to move a needle on some of the things that we wanted to achieve, and I would really strongly recommend that some of the vice chancellors make that an item that cannot be ignored. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Lina Matthew, parting short.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm only going to respond to one of the participants who have raised how practical is the step to bring together the universities and the industry. It's difficult, but I know when the policy is put in place and regulation, so the only thing for the industry and the universities to do is to comply. I just want to share just briefly, right now in our country, the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology is developing a strategic plan. For the first time, the item for universities' collaboration with industry is added. It's a 5 years strategic plan, meaning whatever we have discussed here is also going to appear as a content in the strategic plan within the 5 years. So this is a good news for us because we never had that one before. So I would stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Gachugu, not Gashau. Yeah, you are parting short and maybe response to one or two questions.
Thank you. Please protect me because I need to go back home. So, to respond to Jane quickly, I think the aspect of how to collaborate on research outcomes is really something, it's really a work in progress. But I think for you, the incentives as to where you're working with the private sector seems to have probably different outcomes. One was research, publication, and another one was a solution. Maybe aligning on that agenda at the beginning would have been very, very clear, important, and also the way you communicate. Now, allow me just to mention something around the changing nature of business and how education comes in. I think we must appreciate now, even the smallest of businesses is working on very complex ecosystems. They're solving finance, they're solving technology, they're solving value chains, they're solving production, they're solving operations, even the very basic business. what we tend to do is to really sort of look at it in a linear manner, where business is really solving very, very complex issues, and therefore their primary industry is so much integrated to the extent that the way you solve a problem cannot be solved in a linear approach. So when we talk about complex issues, we're not only just talking about communication, but also talking about people who are agile and more resilient. They can actually sustain pressure for a long time. And how do you build people who can actually sustain pressure? It's really something that you have to invest internally on mindset. You have to really, it goes beyond skills. It's really human capacity support to ensure that people are able to be relational. They are able to interact and learn quickly, analyze situations, and able to make decisions, and also allow them to make mistakes and fail. I mean, you have to allow that because that's a lesson, it's not a mistake. Now, the last point I wanted to make as my parting shot. Intentionality about these conversations will only be seen when we see performance criteria for universities attached to labor market outcomes, particularly employment. Let's not go too far. Let's say, how many partnerships have you as a faculty member brought that has led to X number of employments? As a university, let's not rank you simply because of the number you are graduating at the end of an academic year or period. Tell us, how many jobs have you created? Whether it's entrepreneurship, whether it's formal jobs, in the period in which you are saying you exist. So I think, not to talk too much, let's just face it. The policy has to shift. Internal incentives have to go beyond just the grant acquisition and publication. It has to go towards strategic partnerships. It has to go towards employment outcomes. And I think once we do this, then industry-academia collaboration will come in immediately.
Wow. Actually, because of this last of the parting shot, actually, some people might even think that you are related to the other gentleman. Quite challenging. Dr. Raymond Kumana. I agree with him on the KPIs, and I think we need to listen more. But my concluding statement is that we need to move beyond being transactional, because definitely we see that a lot. There's a little bit of transformational. When there is a project and then the project has criteria of collaborating, everybody collaborates. But after that, it ends there. So let's try to think long term. And also, for the University of Rwanda, I want to comment on the experience, whether we nurture the talent or we job creators. Obviously, we do that. At the moment, we have more than 7 innovation and incubation hubs, the latest being one of the Binary Hub, which is looking at incubating software development. And also we have a grant for our student for a kind of startup where we provide 5,000 to the best project. But that's not the main story. The main story is that our young people are actually aware of the challenges. Everybody was thinking students really are not committed to that. But recently we ran a boot camp on that and the competition, and 582 teams submitted the projects. And each team had 6 students competing for those few grants, showing that actually our students have understood the challenge where they have to create employment. And if we encourage that as a university, we see more of that. The other example, for academics, there is somebody who asked, theoretical academics, how do we encourage them? Really, the university has to do something. When we started the biotech accelerator that we have on our campus, the College of Science and Technology, next to the biology and the chemistry labs, the professors were not interested in thinking of business, industry, and all that. But when they saw project being incubated in that accelerator, now every single day they pass and saying, do you think this idea can also work?
Can I bring my students? So you collaborate and you train them. So what it means is collaboration in proximity. I stop here, thanks. But we need to implement whatever we agree.
Thank you very much. I will be inviting Dr. Aine, who said he will not be angry in spite of going beyond the time because it is fasting season. Let us appreciate these ladies and gentlemen for a job very well done. I want to thank you, colleagues, for performing beyond my expectations. And let's go and improve our industry, academia, public sector, private sector, community engagement, especially in research, and improve our performance. I thank you and have a very wonderful evening.
Yeah, thank you so much. I was struggling not to climb up there. So I was wondering why my microphone wasn't working. But I thank you. Can we put our hands together to clap for Professor Mugisha for taking us through that session and keeping us awake? And also to all the panelists for doing a tremendous job. Can we clap for them? And then we have also online people who have been contributing. And of course, we had one of our panelists was online. We need to clap for all the online people. Normally, we forget them.
Welcome.
Colleagues, thank you so much. Thank you so much for day one. Really gone well. It has gone according to plan. And I've managed our time very well. Innovators should manage time. That's one of the qualities of innovation. You should manage time. Somebody talked about the 3 R's. Do you remember the 3 R's? Okay, that's one of the take-home things that we have to go with, and many more other take-homes that we have got. From our program, we're supposed to bring this to an end for day one, but before I bring this to an end and ask Professor Rai to say 1 or 2 things, to just let you people know that we will be having our cocktail dinner today. So please, this has been prepared and has been paid for. And if you go away, who will eat? And it will go to waste. And it's very bad in African sense when somebody has prepared for you something and you go away. So please, let's have that, that dinner together, that cocktail. I've been advised that it will be ready by about 6:30 to 7. And then later on, for those of us who will be going a little bit far, after that, you can be able to move. But let me just call upon Professor Rai. You may want to say 1 or 2 things to close the day. Since you started the day, okay, then you'll invite. Okay, I've been advised that let the ES come and say 1 or 2 things, and then we can have the day close. So can we put our hands for Professor Gaspard? Hey, you don't want to clap properly. He's my employer. I'll lose the job.
Thank you very much. I will not go beyond what you just said. I want to thank you very much for the engagement of the first day. I was remembering some of my lessons of mathematics. I was designing a curve for this event somewhere here. So I expect it to continue tomorrow, and then the third day, probably forever. Anyway, we are really on track. And as a convener, to be honest, I'm very happy. I was a bit challenged, and I have some of my take-home message. And they came all not from the same speaker, but it's cross-cutting. They talked about food, money, and jobs. Whatever we talked about was turning around that. They talked about co-creation, co-development, co-funding. So I think that's the good take-home message that we picked as convener. We are going to scrutinize each and every statement of each and every person in this forum so that we also manage to compile it in a manner that will help us to give back as we come back in the next 2 years. I don't know where it will be, but I know it will be in East Africa. Thank you very much. Nice evening.
Thank you very much, Professor Gaspard. I was told to announce to you how many participants were recorded today. We recorded 254 participants. That includes everybody who registered. So the press and any other person who registered in our books were 254. I think that's a big number. We clap for that. So please, we expect to keep the momentum tomorrow. So why I'm giving you the statistics is that please come tomorrow. So I also count, because if tomorrow it is going to be 80, then I'll be embarrassed. And I'll not be able to announce that number. So see you tomorrow, and please, we shall guide you accordingly on the dinner. Yes, I've already announced. Jolie, you want to say something? Oh yes, because I may not have the opportunity of speaking in this kind of situation. The other situation I'll be speaking maybe when I'm intoxicated. But then all is well. I'll just ask that we continue interacting, because the reason why we have come here is to mingle, interact, and network. So I would expect there are some questions that some of you asked, and we said, please follow up those questions in a discussion. And I think Doctor is here waiting for people to interact with him, and also other presenters. Also, I saw Professor Clark. People are saying that they want further discussions with you. So please, open your doors for them to come and have more discussions with you. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very good evening, and God bless you all. Thank you, thank you.